we going wild. Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Come on, y'all. Let's not forget that. No matter how bad your day was yesterday, your night was, it doesn't matter, okay? As long as you wake up today just saying, I am fully blessed and I'm still here, right? So just a quick reminder of that. Always stay on the positive side, right? What do they say? Always look on the bright side of life. Something crazy like that. But anyway, hopefully you guys are all well, okay? It was a very late night last night with everything that's going on in Iran, between Iran and Israel. The Trump tweet or social media post that, or his Truth Social post. Gee, I got to get used to that. But anyway, him posting those things. It was a pretty crazy night last night covering all of that. And we're keeping an eye on that as well, because we talk about everything in this show. We are international. We are global up in this biznai. Just so you guys know. But anyway, outside of that, okay, we're back at the Diddy stuff. We back at it again, and apparently there's some things that's been going on. And there's a lot of questions on what the F is really going on here. Apparently the judge came out guns blazing at the prosecution and the defense. We're going to have to talk about that briefly, okay? But then, of course, we are waiting for the big moment. Some serious stuff going down today. Allegedly, Diddy's recent assistant, also his mule, is supposedly supposed to be taking the stand today. So again, what an interesting and crazy day it's going to be. But do me a favor, before we get into everything, you know the drill, but I got to do it because that's just how we roll. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. In fact, shoot. Let me make sure I got that other platform popping. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh, I hate when I do that. I got everything locked up and then lined up, and then I forget that one thing. Hold on. Let me just make sure I got this on point, because today is going to be I think, a big day for prosecution. So, hold on. Boom. Okay, so make sure you hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms, okay? Make sure you're doing that. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you crush that follow button or that like button on those pages, please and thank you, okay? Also, I've been getting a lot of upticks on Rumble. So if you're watching on Rumble, make sure you hit that like button on the page, okay? Of course, subscribe here on my main channel, right here on YouTube. Go over to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, please and thank you. Go over there, check some things out. We got some clips about to be dropping later on today, so make sure you are subscribed, okay? And of course, hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, check out my locals, and of course, check out pascalmerch.com. Okay, guys, sorry for the long intro, but I had to make sure some things were up and popping over on my end, because of course, we are multi-streaming on many platforms, and it looks like I'm going to be expanding to even more platforms, even more here soon, just so you know. We trying to get the word out here, okay? We trying to cover as much as we can and give you guys the information that you need, right? And the entertainment. Let's not forget that too, okay? But of course, there has been some really interesting stuff going on and it's pretty wild. So we're going to get straight into this very, very shortly. And I know that you joined yesterday, and I gave you a shout out, Renee. But I think this was because this was posted, and then it just kind of did the whole thing. But no matter what, welcome to the family. Okay, welcome to the family. All right, Renee, thank you so much for becoming a member. I know I just said that yesterday, but I'm going to say it again, okay, because it's on the alert. So thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you so much for becoming members. Shout out to my mods. Let me just say that really quick. Okay, thank you so much for always holding it down. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay. And trying to make sure that the online drama stays at a very bare minimum. That's always appreciated as well. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Okay. This channel would probably spin off this planet into doom and gloom if you guys weren't here. Real talk. So just want to say that to the mods real quick. In fact, let me just say this really quick to my mods. If you guys set up a buy my coffee link, because if I'm correct, it has to be an individual thing, like it has to be made by you specifically. It's like like say Tipsy, for example, right? Because you just popped up right here. If you created a buy my coffee link, then I can post it online and people can like buy you guys a coffee. You see what I'm saying? So it can't be made by me if I have that correct. It has to be made by you guys individually. So if you guys make those buy my coffee links, okay, please send it my way and I'll make sure that I post those up periodically, or, we can all share them, right? On the, all of us mods can share that on the show throughout the course of the show, okay? Because I feel like, y'all been doing a lot. And I appreciate you guys being here. You don't have to, okay? I know a lot of times these shows are very random, or except for the Diddy stuff. But I know that it's very random, especially like, Trump puts out a tweet or a Truth Social post that gets everybody worried about WW3. I hop on randomly in the middle of the night. So the fact that you guys are up or able to even show up for those things, my hours have been pretty crazy. So like I said, if you can, I would definitely go to the buy my coffee page, set up your account, and then I can post those things throughout the show so people can give to you guys as well. All right, because I don't know about you, but I need my coffee today. Okay, I don't know about you, but I need my mother-loving coffee today. All right? So please do that, okay? Just something to think about, okay? But, and yeah, you set it up, I'll contribute as well. Are you kidding me? Of course. But like I said, for everybody else, right? So, okay, Sharon, I don't know about that. When they bring up what about the Littles he attacked? Yeah, they have not mentioned anything about Littles. Okay, what's my coffee? Nicole B, real quick, just so you know, this is Starbucks. But no. It's not like I drove out the Starbucks. It's not like I drive out to Starbucks every day and go, can I get a latte, half foam, half not foam, no fat with fat? You know what I mean? No. I brew this ish at home. Okay. So coffee is Starbucks. This is the house blend this time. I try all different kinds, but I need that extra kick. And I feel like Starbucks has that extra, you know what I mean? That extra oomph, that extra je ne sais quoi. And I need that today. So, well, Starbucks, I'm always looking for a sponsor. Holla at your boy. You know what I mean? I have a little creamer in mine, no sugar, no sweeteners or anything like that. Just a little bit of creamer, and that's it. I weaned off of sugar and Splenda stuff a while back. So, and I'm trying to slowly but surely wean off of the creamer, just so you know. Like you need to know that ish. But anyway, that's something I'm doing right now. Because we trying to get we trying to get are ish together. You know what I'm saying? So, and also, I just think it's better to drink coffee straight black than, you know, what color would this be now? A very, very dark tan. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. So something I'm working on, because coffee, drinking it by itself, it puts hate in your heart. Okay. Have you ever tried to drink? I mean, for those of y'all who drink coffee just straight black with no sugar, no nothing, y'all special. Okay. Y'all a glutton for punishment. In fact, Diddy would have liked y'all. Okay. He would have been like, oh, snap. You take your coffee straight black? Sup, though. I got this thing called Voyeur Nights. Sup. You know what I mean? So for me, I'm drinking and I'm like, who did this? You know what I mean? Why does it taste like this is supposed to taste good? You know? So I'm just saying, I'm slowly but surely, the taste buds, you know what I mean? I'm training my taste buds to get there. It's a slow process, okay? It's a slow process. But like I said, y'all who just drink your coffee straight black, my dear God, you must have been trained in a way, okay? Or you just one of those people just like, suck it in, brother. Suck it in. You know? Every day is in the ish. You're always welcome. Welcome to the suck. Every day. Maybe you guys are one of those cosplaying CrossFitter people that just sit there and like, you take a sip of the black coffee and you're like, yeah, that was like just that one sip was 10 burpees right there. Yeah, get some. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you just realize like, it's stay hard. I'm always hard. Wait a second, pause. But you know what I'm saying, okay? Coffee should not taste like that. Coffee should not taste like that, man. But that is, Jet Black. How fitting that your name's Jet Black and we talking about black coffee. But that is my goal too, right? I'm trying to get there. I'm really trying to, okay? Like I said, you drinking it and you're like, this feels like life. I'm done. Yep. So you wake up, you're like, oh, so we drinking what today is going to feel like crap. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, though. That's just me. All right. I love my coffee. Okay. I really do. I need a little bit of help. And I'm slowly trying to break it down, but it's a tough one. It's a tough one indeed. Real quick, Beverly, thank you so much. Welcome to the family, Beverly Hook. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And just like Beverly, hey, think about hitting that join button and becoming a member. But we got to get into some things, okay? We got a lot to talk about. Some stuff went on this morning. I swear to God, like I need to make these clips, like these random rants that we have on the show. I just need to put them over on the Pascal Show clips page. You know what I mean? Because we always have some fun moments, some funny moments. Well, funny is in the eye of the beholder, but you know what I'm saying. I need to start putting that stuff over there. Real talk. I need to do that. But I digress. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on this morning. Okay. Apparently, some things got leaked to the press yesterday, and the judge is allegedly blaming prosecution and the defense for leaking this information. Now, let me just say this. I'm wondering what the hell is going on too. Okay. Now, this is one of the first things that they talked about this morning. And every content creator that's in that room, okay, that's everyone from Tisa Tells to Armand Wiggins, etc. They all hopped out and were doing a quick live, basically breaking all of this stuff down, saying that the judge unleashed in the courtroom, unleashed on the prosecution and the defense, basically saying that he's saying allegedly one of the sides leaked some information to the press that should have been sealed and not out there for everyone to hear. And this is in the very beginning of the day, very beginning of our show, okay? On the show as the gavel strikes, right? So we got some very interesting things going on here, and now I'm kind of curious because this is not good. You got defense or prosecution playing dirty, getting information and putting it out there that's sealed information allegedly, okay? Putting it out there to create whatever narrative that they want to create. But the question is, what is it? What was being said in this particular article? Because whatever's being said in the article can definitely, I feel like in a way, you can definitely find out who, you know what I'm saying? I think you could definitely find out who, what side leaked what information. You know what I mean? If it's like Diddy was really sad in the room and he's, or he was really mad and he said X, Y, and Z and such, I feel like you'd be like, okay, that's prosecution leaking that information. Or it's like the feds, fell on their face when they did this, and this, and that's why the defense called for another mistrial. You see what I'm saying? Then you'd be like, oh, that's the defense be leaking. They be leaking that information. You know what I'm saying? So something's not right here. What this is about, I don't know. But again, the judge is literally saying, like, we are going into an investigation. And if more information gets leaked like this, y'all gonna get charged. That's not good. And I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you what, for one, I wouldn't put it past the feds for playing a little dirty, but I also don't think it would be the feds that would play dirty like this. You see what I'm saying? I know that sounds weird, but there's a part of me that's like, the feds, would they do this? Maybe. But something about that damn defense, something about that Diddy team. We already know that they play dirty. They're literally, they little scrappy little mother lovers. Okay? They scrappy as hell. So I wouldn't put it past them to try to put some stuff out there for the general public, the court of public opinion to hear, right? Because he's not only on trial in that room, he's on trial throughout the world. Like I said, Diddy's trial has really brought people together, just like he did with those freak-offs. In fact, he really made people come together, just like he did in those freak-offs. That's what I really meant. But yeah. Anyway, let us get into this article. All right? Because we got many miles to go before we sleep. Yes, I'm sure you read that in freshman literature. Okay? But let's get into that. Pop quiz, where's that from? What I just said. Okay? It's a famous poem. Okay? But moving on. Just like we learned about quinquennial, okay? We are here to learn things. Or at least remember, like, oh, freshman literature. Oh, wow. Haven't read that in a long time. You feel me? But moving on. Let's get it. So judge rebukes prosecution and defense over online article. So court opened this morning. I'm sorry. Tired, guys. Court opened this morning with the judge asking the prosecution and defense about an online article that appeared to include details from a sealed proceeding. I want to know what this article is. Okay? I really want to know what this article is. But I don't think we're going to hear about that in here. But here we go. So the judge was livid and asked both sides if they knew the article's source. He said, someone is lying. The transcript was sealed. One or more people who were here Friday in this courtroom flagrantly violated this court's order, a violation of the court's sealing order. But it wasn't just that, he said. The court imposed a gag order on the government, the defendant, all attorneys for the defense, and anyone involved was made accountable. He continues, violation of that order, whatever happened here, may result in civil or criminal contempt charges for all involved. The judge warned Comey, the prosecution, Comey, okay, and lead defense counsel Agnifilo, there is no passing the buck anymore. The buck stops with you. If anything happens, lead counsel is responsible. So again, they put out he came out guns blazing, angry as hell. All right? Because apparently somebody's going in there and putting out stuff. Is leaking information to the press that shouldn't have been leaked in the first freaking place. And that, my friends, is not good. That is no bueno. So, again, the ongoing question, the burning question is, what is this article? And who leaked this information? Because this is not an attack at these damn vagrants, these damn vagrants, these damn YouTubers, this damn online media, these people who say they're online journalists, that kind of BS. If that, it's not about them. It's not the YouTubers that leaked any information, not anybody who said, oh, Mia's name is Ish and Jane Doe's name is Ish. Nope, none of that. None of that. Somebody went to the press, gave information to the press, and the press wrote an article. God knows what that article is about. But it got him so angry. The judge got so angry that he came in, and that's the first thing he said. Fire and brimstone. Okay? He went scorched earth. And he's saying, I don't give a damn who it is. All I'm saying is this: if more information gets leaked, whenever we have a sealed conversation or anything of that sort, if this stuff leaks, I'm putting a full-on investigation on all your asses, and all y'all are going to be charged criminally or civilly. Judge ain't playing. And you know what? I'm going to keep it real. Yeah, man. Yeah, Tyreek, come on now. Come on. Do you really think the feds would go out of their way to try to mess up their whole case by leaking information? I truly believe that the feds are a bunch of Girl Scouts, okay? Because the reason why I say Girl Scouts, I'm not demeaning them, okay? But they are a six-pack of white women, right? So, whole bunch of Girl Scouts, I believe, that are doing everything by the book for the most part, okay? To the point where maybe it's kind of bland, because they're not willing to get super dirty, right? But I think that the Girl Scouts, and then you got the Motley Crew. Come on now. You got Diddy's Motley Crew. You got all these girls that are coming in, their entrance is like some Taylor Swift song, right? Or maybe, some old Miley Cyrus song. Everything's because they're a six-pack of white women. You see what I'm saying? And then you got Diddy's team coming in with, like, I don't know, some Beastie Boys blasting in the background. Like, they grimy. You know what I'm saying? They grimy. So who would really leak information? A bunch of Girl Scouts? Like, by the book Girl Scouts? Or a motley crew of guys and women, one woman, that's willing to get dirty? Think about it. Should we be that surprised? Okay. Yes. See. Okay. Yes, I agree. The prosecution has integrity. Yes. Yes. Knows the doing everything by the book. Prosecution has integrity. Absolutely. Indubitably. Yes. But you know for a fact, Diddy's team is grimy. They're willing to get dirty. They're scrappy little mother lovers. They scrappy. So again, who do you think really leaked information? Don't worry, I'll wait. Don't worry, I'll wait. And I mean, it'll be wild if we found out later that it was actually the prosecution that did it. And it's that one girl in the corner that's always been quiet, but this is the one moment she's like, "Oh my God, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I just thought, I'm so bad." You know what I mean? That one girl who drinks like one extra glass of wine one night because, it's only a 1 drink minimum for her. You know what I'm saying? I was so bad. Oh my God. I got up and sang that song in karaoke. Oh my God. It was just so, you know what I mean? It's that. If that's the case, it'll be that with the prosecution. Shocking. But I doubt it. Okay. I highly, highly doubt it. Okay. So let's get into this. So prosecution is, wow. So they could rest their case tomorrow. What? I feel like they're not. Okay. Is this enough? Okay. Do you really think that this is enough? Think about it. Do you really, really think that this is enough? Okay. Do you really think that this is enough? Do you think the prosecutor, you know what? We're going to do a quick poll. This is going to be a very fast poll. That sounds weird too. But this is going to be a really quick poll, okay? I said, okay, so I'm putting it up right now. My poll is up. That was weird. That was not, I meant that. Okay, my poll is up. Free some meat. I said, the question is, do you think prosecution presented a solid case so far? If they were to cash in all of their chips right now, do you think they've done a solid enough work? Now, one thing I will say before we continue here, okay, their summary witnesses, I think is, at first I was like, why are they doing it now? Why did they bring them in now? Why didn't they bring them in the beginning? This is a great strategy. Why this is a great strategy, you may ask? The reason why I think is a great strategy is because it's wrapping everything up in a really nice freak off bow, okay? Slathered in baby oil, okay? Dripping with baby oil, okay? So I truly think that with their summary witnesses that are coming in, showing the text messages, showing the receipts, etc. For example, all receipts, literal receipts to receipts, right? I think this is a great way of them wrapping things up. But do I think that they wrapped everything up perfectly? I don't know. I think that I'm happy that they're bringing in these summary witnesses so that they can drill into the brains of the jurors exactly what their case is, right? Exactly what their narrative is, exactly what their argument is. And I think that's one of the issues that that's one of the issues I was having throughout the entire time that they were doing their direct, right? But now they're going to have to sit and do cross with the defense throwing out everything and the kitchen sink to try to get Diddy to look like he is an innocent man. But should they rest as early as today? Or, I mean, as early as tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there should be at least one more curveball aside from Brandon Paul, his mule. Okay, that mule is a big deal. That's going to be huge. He got a plea deal. That's why all of his charges were dropped. Let's not forget that, because he made a deal with the feds. So now that, I'm hoping, is going to just take it all the way home. Hopefully this Brendan Paul situation, it's going to be a home run. Hopefully. But we'll see what happens with the cross as well. When the defense comes in and goes, well, Diddy was a good guy. Wouldn't you say he was a nice guy? And he's like, he was the best boss I ever had. I mean, the experiences I had were insane, man. I mean, it was more insane than when I was playing basketball for the University of Syracuse. It was something else, So it's going to be interesting what they do with the cross. But are they done? I don't know. I don't know if they're done. But we'll see. We'll see. So prosecution revealed to the government the government will likely rest its case against Diddy tomorrow. But it could go into Friday morning. Because remember, they're skipping Thursday because they're observing Juneteenth, okay, on Thursday. Which, by the way, there's a hearing for Brian Kohberger on Thursday. Right? Because today is the 17th. Yes, it is. So apparently they're doing a whole thing for Brian Kohberger tomorrow. My bad, not tomorrow. I'm not on Juneteenth. They're doing it tomorrow, if I'm correct, which is also very interesting. But yeah, everyone's going to be courts will be quiet tomorrow, Thursday. I'm sorry. So that'll be a very interesting thing for sure. Barb, yes. I mean, that's what I think the prosecution's hoping for. I think that they're hoping that Brandon Paul, BP, is going to be the final nail in the coffin, right? And going, oh yeah, he was DTing and STing for show. Especially from what Brandon Paul is saying. Damn, he did what? Wait for it. Wait for it. When it does happen, it's going to be interesting, okay? But let's continue. So Diddy's attorney, Agnifilo, said the defense would present its case in 2 to 5 days of trial. But the timing is not set in stone. That's interesting. They will present its case in 2 to 5 days of trial. Wow. Do you understand how many days have we done with the prosecution? Diggity damn. That's a lot shorter than what we've seen. That's interesting. I figured that they would be like, oh yeah, you did 6 weeks. We're going to do 6 weeks too, man. But no, they're doing 2 to 5 days of trial. Wow. So a jury charge could come next week. All right. Judge said, all right, this is interesting. And someone just said it's their birthday. Wait, where did it say? Oh, Joanna, happy birthday. Happiest of birthday. Okay. Happiest of birthdays. Hopefully it's a wonderful one for you. Okay. Well, let's get into this. Jury was told that juror number 6 was excused and not to discuss the matter among others or among themselves. So yesterday, we already know about this. The judge said bye-bye to juror number 6 because that juror lied. He lied. Okay? That juror lied. And he been kicked out. All right? The issue with juror number 7 will be dealt with after court today. Okay? Brendan Paul pleads the 5th and receives immunity. That is a big deal because remember, from what he's doing, he is Diddy's mule. Remember? Hee-haw, right? This is Diddy's mule. So, of course, he's going to get immunity. All right? Brendan Paul took the stand to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination before taking the stand later today. He was granted an immunity order, which requires him to tell the truth to protect himself from prosecution. So, he now has immunity. Ruh-roh. This is going to be very interesting. Like I said, what Brendan Paul is going to tell is more up to date, by the way. It's more recent. This isn't going to be like way back in the day in 2010. No, it's way back in the day, just a couple days, you know what I mean? Like 2024, before Diddy got arrested, he was hanging out with this dude. He was working for Diddy. So he going to have some fresh information. So Special Agent Penland goes back on the stand. So she is a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office. She has returned to this witness stand this morning. Penland did not work on the Diddy investigation, but reviewed evidence in the case that she testified about yesterday. She went into travel records for Diddy, Cassie, and at least one S worker the former couple frequently employed. So the testimony appears to bolster the government's case for the transportation to engage in these pro charges levied against Diddy. Yeah, like I said, if there's enough, if they're saying we see receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt, information after information after information of him actually hiring these S workers to go here to be with Cassie or do this hotel night with Jane Doe. I mean, that's, these are all very damning. And like I said to you guys before, I said this, okay? And I just go all the way back, hit that rewind button, go all the way back to when we first started this trial. And you tell me what I said. I said he most likely is going to get hit for the STing in pros charges. Absolutely. That's without question. If he doesn't get those, I'll be shook. I will be absolutely shook. But he going to get hit with that. Then after that, okay. What? We'll get to that. Hold on. But after that, excuse me. After all that, I don't know what he's going to get hit with. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what he's going to get charged with, what he's going to be found guilty of. He's definitely going to be found guilty on pros, STing for sure. DTing possibly as well. The moving of these substances for sure. Okay. Especially after what we hear from Brendan Paul as well. Those things going to be bad. Okay. But we'll see what happens, right? We will see what happens. But let's get into this. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff going on. I'm gonna look that up, Holly. I appreciate you telling me that. I'm gonna see what's going on with that too. Hold on, because we got some breaking news that's going on. Like I said, we're covering this, but then there's a lot of news going on. I mean, shoot, if something happens with Israel, Israel v. Iran, we're going to talk about it. We'll hop over, talk about that, cover that really quick, and then come right back here because, there's a lot of time to kill when it comes to this trial, okay? But let's get up to date a little bit, okay? Travel charges for S worker included a credit card paid for by Diddy. S workers round-trip travel from Los Angeles to New York, which is STing, by the way, in August 2009, appears to have been paid for by Diddy, according to Penland's testimony. Prosecutor Johnson had Penland testify to records showing Jules Theodore's travel, including flights and hotel paid for by an American Express card. The stuff that we talked about yesterday and what they uncovered yesterday before they broke for the day, okay, before they adjourned for the day, is exactly what they're talking about again right here, okay? Penland testified that this was Diddy's credit card, and those charges were included in his September 2009 card payment. So Cassie previously testified that Theodore, Jules, was an S worker that she and Diddy often employed to have relations with her during these freak-offs early in their relationship. So again, some serious stuff going on here. Showing receipts, showing a paper trail, all right? That is insane. By the way, of course, Kimberly Johnson, I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, we talk about everything on this channel, okay, on this show. And there's a lot going on and all those things going on in Israel and Iran. And if the country, America gets involved, I mean, that's a very big deal, because I know a lot of people are sitting here wondering if we're going into war. I don't know yet, but it's definitely something that I think a lot of us are concerned about. So we're going to keep an eye on everything that's going on in the world while we're covering this case. All right. It's just how the cookie crumbles. So hotel charged Diddy's businesses thousands for damage to rooms. That's also a big deal here too. According to receipts shown through Special Agent Penland, hotels charged Diddy businesses thousands of dollars for damage to their rooms after his traveling party checked out. So the Beverly Hills Hotel billed Diddy $500 for damages to drapes and carpets, and the Hermitage or L'Hermitage Hotel $950 for deep cleaning. Isn't that interesting? Deep cleaning. I could go with that joke, but I'm just going to let it go. You know, you can fill in the blanks with all those jokes. But the most eye-popping big ticket bill shown today came from the Intercontinental Hotel, which charged Diddy $46,786 for penthouse damages. October 5th, 2012. What in the hell is going on? Wow. Let's just round up. $47,000 for damages done to a penthouse in LA at the I'm assuming this is the Los Angeles Intercontinental Hotel. The same place where that infamous, notorious video of Cassie being attacked happened. The same place. 46,786 buckaroos because of damages that he did to a penthouse. What in the hell did he do to that room? Maybe that's the moment when he said, F it, we're going to cheap hotels. Because we do so much damage. I don't want to be paying almost $50,000 for too much baby oil and lube slathered all over the walls. F that. We going to a Motel 8. Okay? That's it, baby. We going to a motel. F it. We downgrading. We going to a Motel 4. You know what I mean? That's crazy. We going to those hotels, those motels that are right next to those stripper clubs. You know what I'm talking about, okay? Those nasty, okay? But you seen them. You seen them. You're like, what is that? Oh, that's why it's next to that. Oh, that's nasty. Okay? You need to walk into that place wearing a hazmat suit just so you can just sit down, okay? Just so you can sit down on the damn bed. That's nasty. Okay? Yeah, aren't there Motel 8s? I could have sworn there were Motel 8s. Hold on. I thought there was Motel 8s. I thought there were, wait, hold on. Yeah, there's Motel 8s. Super 8. Just Google it, love. And then there's Motel 6s as well. But anyway, moving on. $46,786, y'all. Okay? That's crazy. Well, then I meant a Super 8, okay? It's the same thing, okay? Semantics. Let's move on. Let's move on. Yeah, the Motel Hotel, Holiday Inn. Say what? Okay. But okay. But so the so moving on, okay. After 2016 hotel attack, phone records show Diddy demanded Cassie's return. So a panicked Diddy called and texted Cassie to come back in the wake of his videotaped attack of her in the Intercontinental. Okay. Phone records admitted into evidence show. So we already know about this, though. This is not a surprise. This is not a surprise. So Diddy told Cassie that officers were on their way to arrest him, though that was not the case at that time, as no one called police to the Intercontinental Hotel on March 5th, 9 years ago. He said, I'm about to be arrested. That's what he texted her before calling her 5 times in 22 minutes with no answers. Yeah, because he attacked her and she said, enough is enough. Like J-Lo. The movie Enough? Okay, moving on. Okay. Defense picks at details of the prosecution's evidence charts. So Tanny Garagos, not Mark, but his daughter, took up cross-examination of Penland, who reviewed evidence presented in charts by the government. The defense nitpicked at different parts of the evidence charts, noting that some sections were lacking. What? Say that again? I see that there's a lot of information on this particular day under this column, but right here, there's just not enough information. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how can you trust Miss Agent Penland, right? What? Some dates of hotel meetings between Diddy and S workers didn't have Cassie's name listed, Garagos pointed out as one potential inaccuracy. Penland testified that there were many times when another person was present, but did not have evidence to put their name in that chart. So it could have been a Jane Doe, or it could have been somebody else, not Cassie or Jane Doe, but there could have been other women that were involved in these freak off nights, okay, that Diddy brought in. Again, there is a little bit of a break between the time that he was with Cassie and the time that he was with Jane Doe. So there's still a possibility that he could have had a in-betweener. It could have been Gina. It could have been anybody, y'all. So maybe they don't have that information because that person never stepped forward, or they just don't have the information. But you really think that Diddy only did this stuff with Cassie and Jane Doe alone and that's it? I'm telling you right now, no, he did not. He did more than just that. With somebody with such an insatiable appetite like he does, an insatiable sexual appetite like he does, come on, y'all. Cassie and that Jane Doe most definitely were not the only ones, okay? I know I'm not the only one. Yeah. And especially, it's like, oh, you sick? You're not feeling good? It's that time of the week, or that time of the month, I'm sorry, right? It's Sharks Week. I bet. And then he's calling up like somebody like Gina. You know what I mean? What's up? I got this thing that's going on. And by the way, get rid of all the pizza boxes and the plastics, right? So, Penland testified that there were many times when another person was present but did not have evidence to put their name in the chart. Penland said that they did not have the names of every potential person at gatherings. This is massive. In other words, he can't stop, won't stop. See what I did? Yeah. Hi. It's the Pascal Show. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Okay. He can't stop, won't stop. Okay? So if one girl is out of commission, or she's got to get sleep because she's got a photo shoot and she got to look good, or she's got a performance and he actually gives a damn about that one performance, because clearly a lot of times Diddy did not give a damn about Cassie's performances or movie premieres or red carpet events or anything like that, right? So with that being said, I could see him sitting there going like, well, shoot, she got a shoot to do, or she's on tour, or she got to go into the studio and make some music, or my other girl got a model. Okay, he's not using these girls all the time. He is using them a lot, but you know for a fact in the meantime, he's got other women that are willing to do this. So I'm wondering who they be and where they at. So they say text messages show Diddy and Cassie routinely check calendars for freak off dates. That's crazy that they would even go up. Okay. They would literally go and put this in their schedule and highlight it red, for love, freak off nights. That's insane. Yeah, tomorrow's not good because, I got that dentist appointment. Then after that, I got that meeting. Oh, yeah. And, I have a choreography and vocal lessons that day, too. What about Thursday?
Does Thursday work for a little freak off? And I could check in with Jules and one of the other guys from Cowboys and Angels. Does that work?
Yeah, let's do that instead. Yeah, because I can move this around. I can move this. Yeah, I can move that around because we need at least a day or 2 or 3. Okay, but just make sure there's plenty of baby oil and and spicy videos are playing in the room before I walk in that mug. Okay, you need like the greatest hits. Okay, playing in the background as I walk in. All right.
Yes. Okay. I'll make sure of that.
And then it's like, okay, I'll send you an alert. A freak off calendar. Yeah. So in his ongoing bid to prove Diddy's freak offs were consensual acts, this is what the defense is saying. The defense is using this as they scheduled these things, right? This was consensual. Whoa. All of this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this whole thing was consensual. Whoa. They scheduled this ish out. Peep this real quick, all right? So, the defense read through text messages that show Diddy and then girlfriend Cassie routinely exchanging dates for their next rendezvous. Yeah, like what I just said a second ago, and that little joke I just did is exactly what they were doing. It could be any date you choose, Diddy text on August 2009. In one text, Cassie responded that a Friday night would work best for her, so she could have the rest of the weekend to physically recover ahead of the next work week. But Cassie added that if they couldn't make their schedules work for that weekend of August 7th through the 9th, she wouldn't be free again until August 28th. So she said, yeah, I got that Pilates class that I really got to do. And then, I got the vocal lessons, and then I got that photo shoot on Friday. So we just really got to make sure that everything's done by this time. Okay. Because then the next week is just absolutely insane. It's just so insane. Right? So the defense showed a text message from Cassie to Diddy on August 7th, where she appears to tell him, typo, she's looking forward to performing top on him. So again, they're like, see, consensual, whoa. Because she said, I can't wait to have you in my mouth. Yes, indeed. This is very interesting. Let me just see this here really quick. I just need to see what's going on. Oh my dear God. This is true. Real quick, we got some breaking news. Breaking news. Well, it's been breaking for like the last 15 minutes or so. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. For the last hour. Okay. Big breaking news. Let me show this to y'all. Looks like R. Kelly has been hospitalized after taking too much of some sort of substance. Aura has entered the building, a hospital building, but still, he has entered the building in the conversation, though. Okay. And, I don't want to hear him losing his life like this. Right? This is not good news. Okay. But let me show this because the article is kind of weird. So I'm just going to do it like this. So lawyers for R. Kelly are alleging that the singer OD'd last week on medication given to him by prison staff. Now, I also want to make sure that you guys know this too. Wasn't he also saying that they were out to get him? I could have sworn like last week they said that R. Kelly was really worried because they said that they were trying to take him out in prison. Like some sort of gang member was wanting to take him out or something like that. Right? So this is very interesting right here. Now, I'm not trying to put in like, foul play. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, he OD'd on something. That's foul play, of course. But of course, it makes you wonder if this is foul play from an outside source. But I'm watching all the news, baby. You understand what kind of show this is?
Okay. I may not be reporting everything, but I'm watching everything. All right. But he did allegedly say, hey, they're out to get me and they're trying to take me out. They're trying to take me out. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, we got this the following week. That's weird. So either this was done by his own hand or somebody trying to take him out. I got to hit the button again. Say that's insane. Okay. That's absolutely insane. So the ignition sync, R. Kelly, guys. All right. R. Kelly. All right. In a June 17th filing obtained by USA Today, the article we're reading here, okay, claims that after being placed in solitary confinement, prison staff provided him an OD quantity of medication on the 12th of June compared to his normal anxiety and sleep medication doses, leading to his hospitalization. This is insane. What? So, and of course, Friday the 13th. So after, according to the filing, Kelly was forcibly removed from Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina, against medical advice. Why? The Bureau of Prisons declined to comment on pending litigation. And we don't need to know his story, okay? But we already know who he is, all right? He's serving his sentence in the Federal Correctional Institute facility, okay, in North Carolina. Lawyers say leading up to the alleged OD, Kelly was placed in solitary confinement on June 10th against his will, shortly after his team filed an emergency motion for his release from prison last week. In that motion, Kelly's team claimed 3 Bureau of Prisons officials allegedly devised a plot to have him gone, to unalive him by another inmate. Then, in the early morning hours of June 13th, according to the filing, Kelly woke up feeling, quote unquote, faint and dizzy. He started to see black spots in his vision. Kelly tried to get up, but he fell to the ground. He crawled to the door of the cell and lost consciousness. On-site prison medical staff could not help him, so he was transported to Duke University Hospital by ambulance. The filing continued. He was hospitalized for 2 days. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Kelly's team was only able to speak to him late June 16th after a previous call was canceled without explanation. They wrote, what? I got to hit the button again. What is going on? What's going on with Aura? Okay. Yeah, he's disturbing. Yeah, he's disgusting. But at the same time, he still deserves to have a life in prison. Okay. But he deserves to still live his life and serve his sentence. He shouldn't be, whacked. Okay. He shouldn't be whacked. He shouldn't be, just taken out like this. This is insane. If these allegations are true, I mean, look at this. How could he be getting a doses of his stuff too much? Like, those things are monitored, right? His medication is being monitored. So how is he taking something and suddenly ODing on it? That is terrible. So this is some breaking news, guys. Okay. So in a June 17th statement, his lawyer reiterated the seriousness of the team's claims. For those who responded with skepticism about whether Bureau of Prisons officers would really engage in a plot to unalive R. Kelly, those prison officials have now removed all doubt. They want R. Kelly unalive. They want him dead before the crimes committed against him in this case are exposed. So the lawyer who has already made a plea to President Trump to pardon the singer emphasized the quote unquote need for this quote unquote form of justice. He continued, It is the immediate and imminent threat that compels us again to seek the intervention of President Trump. The courts do not move as quickly as the efforts to unalive this man. President Trump may be the only person who can save the life of R. Kelly. Now, filing also claimed that Kelly was removed from Duke University against medical advice, which I don't understand, as he was set to receive surgery on an ongoing blood clot tissue. So what is going on here? He was set to receive surgery on an ongoing blood clot issue. What's going on here? Why would they? They take him out against his will or against medical advice, and he was already set out to receive some serious surgery. But what? So the motion stated the hospital would need to keep him for 2 weeks for the surgery. Officers assigned to Kelly then contacted FCI Butner officials. Within an hour, officers with weapons came into his hospital room and removed R. Kelly. And they returned him to solitary confinement. Yeah, does that, Holly, that's interesting, right? Because the blood clot issue is a serious thing. So yeah, does that mean that they took him off his blood thinners? Or does it mean that, I don't know, maybe the dosage that he was taking wasn't enough, right? But something's weird. Something weird is going on here, okay? His life is in jeopardy right now because the Bureau of Prisons denied him necessary surgery to clear clots from his lungs, the lawyer wrote. He could pass away from this condition, and they're letting it happen. So, in the government's response to this emergency motions, federal prosecutors have called his claims fanciful and theatrical. In addition to logistical issues with the motions, including being filed at the wrong court and location, using the wrong kind of case, and not following proper procedure, federal prosecutors said Kelly's motion, quote unquote, makes a mockery of the harm suffered by Kelly's victims. And they accused him of being a quote unquote master manipulator. So the government is even looking at this and going, miss me with the nonsense. Come on, man. This dude is just lying. He's straight up making these guys are making things up so he can get free. Like the same thing that they were saying before about him possibly getting whacked, okay? Getting shanked in prison. Right? So that's some wild stuff, y'all. Again, I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that this is, something that do you think this is the real deal, Holyfield? Or no? Or do you think that this, aura is just making things up? But here's the thing though. If the hospital said he needs to get surgery for this blood clot that's near his lungs, then you can't deny that. If there is medical records saying that, it's without question that the prison did something dirty. Or all you got to do is just see what the medical records are saying, what the hospital is saying. And if they're telling the truth and there is paperwork, then he's not lying. Then they're not making this up. They're not creating dramatics, right? They're not creating a scene. Or he is creating a scene because he really wants to get out of there. And he's hoping that by bringing some semblance of urgency, that maybe Trump will look at the situation and go, yeah, okay, you know what? I'm going to pardon him. I'm worried about his life, right? So that's very interesting. That information. Is he lying? I have no idea. I think the paperwork, medical records, etc., will show without question that something rotten is going on. But we'll see what happens, right? So let's get into this, guys. Thank you so much for letting me know, Holly. I appreciate you, letting me know what's going on. But that's bad. If that's the case, that's bad, y'all. So let us get into this. Okay. So anything before we bring the jurors in? Let's get Combs in. I believe your client would like 10 minutes to review the material. Can I ask him that? Can I ask him that question? Blah, blah, blah. Let's get straight to the Agent Penland stuff. Of course, Mr. Paul came in. Okay. Brendan Paul, he got the immunity. The judge signed that immunity. Okay. So now jurors enter. Everything's Gucci. Now we're sitting here hearing from Agent Penland. Good morning. This is from prosecution. Good morning. Let's get back to the actual hotel, the London hotel. Who stayed there on this particular day? Diddy, Cassie, and Jules. What are these Amex charges? Virginia America plane ticket for Jules Theodore. What airline is associated with this particular charge? American Airlines from JFK to LA. So from New York to LA. All right. And the hotel. It was a Four Seasons for Clayton Howard, aka Dave. Okay. Let's look at 6T108. Can you tell me what this is? That is a travel invoice under Bad Boy Entertainment. So what is this? A flight for Jules Theodore. What was the payment method? Diddy, it was done on Diddy's Amex card, American Express card. And whose name is in this invoice? Mr. Philip Pines. It's a $500 charge for damages to Drapes. Now, what's interesting is that Philip Pines, by the way, is another assistant that he had. Okay? Philip Pines is another assistant that he had. And he used Philip Pines' name to get these rooms as well, which is insane. Just so you know, just some useless knowledge, but just so you know. What's this here? That looks like it's a booking for Intercontinental in Times Square, and it's also under the name of Frank Black. And how about this charge? That is damages to a penthouse, approximately $46,786 that was paid on an Amex card. That monthly bill was paid by various accounts at Signature Bank. Okay, so what's this charge? A hotel in Riverhead. Where is that? That's in Long Island, New York. Okay. Is that where Hamptons is? Yes, it is. So these communications here, what is this? These are between Diddy and Cassie, and it's all color coordinated. So what is this here? A call from Diddy to Cassie for 41 seconds. Okay, let's read this. It says, Skylar can come later. Responding, I guess, let's do Skylar. Then Skylar responds to Cassie. Okay, go to slide 4, please. Skylar texts Cassie, what area? Then Skylar said, I'm laying my head down. Hit me up if we're going to still get together. Okay. What do these boxes here show? These are 3 photos taken by Cassie. What actual day is this where this photo is taken? This is March 6th, 2016. Okay, so walk us through this. Do you mind? Okay. Diddy calls Cassie and gets no answer. Cassie texts Diddy and says, I checked with security. Jules has already left. You're good as long as you don't bother other guests. Then there's a whole bunch of unanswered calls. What does Diddy text Cassie? He texts, call me. The cops are here. Then a call connects. All right. And then Cassie makes a call to D-Rock. It connects. Diddy calls Cassie, and again, no answer. Okay. So, and this day right here, that's March 5th, 2016. Okay. Cassie texts, you're sick to think that it's okay to do what you have done. Please stay away from me. Please stay far away from me. I'm sorry. I have a premiere. So, of course, this is the Intercontinental interaction, right? The altercation at the Intercontinental. All right. Moving on. So, what does Diddy text Cassie at this time? Well, he texts, call me, help. Then he texts, help me. I'm about to be arrested. Then, if you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. So then what happens after that? I guess there was a call. It wasn't answered. Then KK ends up calling Cassie. Here, Cassie calls D-Rock, then KK, then calls Connect. The calls actually connect. So what does D-Rock end up texting? D-Rock texts, tell him to get out of there before they arrest him. He not picking up. What does Cassie text to Diddy? She says, going to bed. Now, what about Morgan to KK? So Carrie Morgan writes, I don't think anyone should call her, and a photo of an LAPD detective's business card. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. And LAPD detective's business card. Okay, so then what's next after this? So then D-Rock and KK each call Cassie. They each try to reach out to Cassie. Then KK asks, what is Eddie's last name? What does D-Rock text to Diddy? Cassie good. She eating breakfast. Then a 13-minute call with Diddy and Cassie. What does Mr. Nash write to Cassie? What time can you do today? Arturo is available from around 3 or 4 p.m. Cassie said, D-Rock's place? Okay. So then Diddy calls Eddie Garcia. Garcia calls back. What does Cassie text? She texts, this was supposed to be a big day for me. Now I wish I could stay. And now I wish I could just stay in bed. And here, calls between Diddy and Eddie Garcia. Okay, so then what's this here? A photo of Eddie Garcia's driver's license found on KK's phone. Now, by March 9th, 2016, what actually occurs then? Diddy calls Eddie Garcia. Then on March 25th, 2016, at 1 p.m., what happens here? Diddy calls Eddie Garcia. Agent Penland, other than these charts, do you have any involvement in this case? No, I do not. No further questions. They go on a break. They come back. Now it's time for Garagos to do her cross. You've been with the SDNY for 10 years, correct? Yes. Let's turn to this date. Do you know Cassie was in South Africa then? No, I do not. So December 8th through September 15th. You didn't try to find out who else is in this chat? I did not. You are a special agent, correct? Yes. As a special agent, you know how to look for evidence, right? Objection! Sustained. Throwing a dig at the damn special agent. It's like, I just got hired to look at some charts, man. Like, damn. Let's turn to August 2009. Under the name Sean Combs, you include several U.S. exhibits. Let's pull up one. So, August 5th, 2009, Diddy says, when do you want to do a freak off? LOL. What does Cassie say? Cassie says, I'm always ready for a freak off. Let's put this evidence, let's put up this defense exhibit. Cassie writes, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. I'm going to Dwayne Reed, pick up a bag, okay? Or pack us a bag, okay? Did you include this in your chart? No, I didn't. Here, Jules writes to Combs, I need rest. You guys are rabbits, LOL, right? Yes. Here, Diddy writes to Cassie. Remember, she used to call him Pop Pop, which is weird because it was the same nickname for her own grandpappy. That's weird, but Pop Pop. All right, moving on. Here, Diddy writes to Cassie, I love you so much. You consume my life. How did this happen? And Cassie says, I wondered that too, right? Yes, they wrote that. Here, Jules writes to Cassie, great to see you, beautiful. And then, I'm at your door, right? Correct. Here, Cassie writes, I'm horny and bored, right? Yes. Here, Diddy says to Cassie, I'm not asking you to F off or to freak off, okay? What do you want to do? And she said, I want to smoke, go for a walk. Let's go out and have some carefree fun. I'll get the Valium. Right? Yes. She said carefree. I want to smoke, I want to walk, I want to go out and let's have some carefree fun. I'll get the Valium. Like that's weird. That's so crazy. That's carefree fun. That's carefree fun. Going on the V. That's interesting. Moving on. Diddy writes, I liked it when Jules was in the room next door. Did you include this at all? No. My job was not to add things, just to check if what was in was correct. Diddy writes, you horny and sleepy, and she, well, both. LOL. That's how she responded. You horny or sleepy? And she responded, both. LOL. Let's shut off the public screens and show these videos. Okay, it's done. So they show some more videos to the jurors. Everyone hears some soothing piano music. And I guess everyone's like, yeah. And so he's like, good. Okay, play the music. Or play the video. Jurors still watching videos with headphones on. For the record, Miss Foster has put it on until minute 14. So they're watching some long ass video right now. Okay, they're watching videos, and I'm wondering what videos that they're showing, right? Because we understand that they have been looking at freak off videos. The jury has been looking at freak off videos this entire time, or since yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Hold on real quick. Okay. Apologies, guys. So yeah, clearly, they're looking at some freak off videos. They're probably looking at some crazy, probably not the freak off videos, but maybe the videos of them just like lovey dovey and or the aftermath after the freak offs, they're like rolling all over each other and showing how much they love each other and crap like that. Maybe that's what's going on here. That could be it. God only knows what kind of content what kind of videos that they're actually like, the jury is actually like observing right now. But you got to remember, this is from the defense. What do you think the defense is going to do? They're going to do everything they can to dress Diddy dress Diddy too, but let's not forget that. They're going to try to dress Diddy too. But what I mean is they're going to try everything they can to make Diddy look like he's a good guy, that these were moments of people being in love and doing consensual things together. So I don't think they're going to see the harshness of these freak off moments. They already saw that yesterday. I think with whatever the defense is presenting, they're showing they're showing people in love, right? They're showing probably after where they're laying in bed and it's a little video of them together and they're all lovey-dovey, but not when she's getting just drilled. I don't think it's going to be like that. You know what I mean? I really don't think so. But wilder things have happened. Let's see what's going on over here from NBC. They put up agent pushes back on defense's questions over lack of Cassie's text in evidence chart. So Garagos continues to point out loving text messages between Diddy and Cassie that were missing in the prosecution's chart. But the special agent on the witness stand resisted. So the defense continued to review texts from, not tests, but texts from Cassie that appear to be loving or encouraging of freak-offs, noting their absence from the government's evidence presentation. Penland told the court that her job was not to add anything to the government's presentation, but to review what was included. The chart was based on evidence showing who was at the specific gatherings and locations, she said. Garagos then pointed to a date on which the chart doesn't show Diddy's name to indicate he was present at a specific gathering. So she's like, hey, there's some inconsistencies in this chart. You didn't see any of that? Remember, she says, and you say you're a special agent, correct? So again, they're like, there's some inconsistencies in here, and you can sit here all day long. It's tailored. That's basically what she's saying. This whole chart, this evidence chart, is tailored to make it look like Diddy is a monster. But in actuality, you're missing out on all these text messages of love and moments of her being super excited about being in these freak offs, and I can't wait to put my mouth on you and blah blah blah, right? So that's why they're bringing those things up, right? Which is interesting, nonetheless. Very interesting. I got some super chats. Let me grab these here really quick. My Lord. Late night yesterday, last night. That was a late show. But Fly Gal, thank you so much for the love. I'll started off right. Coffee for the mods. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to the mods. Okay. And of course, Brendan, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Can you give an example of the defense being caught trying to cheat in this case? I can't think of one, but the government has been caught repeatedly. Well, see, that's the thing. Where have you seen where the prosecution has been caught cheating in this case? That's the thing I'm kind of curious about. Where's that, right? Where's that? Because we've already seen things that were happening way before the trial even began. And a lot of these things were dealing with Diddy, right? Diddy doing these things. But you know for a fact, he has legal counsel that should have been telling him, yo, get off the damn phones, quit trying to tamper with witnesses, and shut the hell up. But he wasn't doing that. The feds found those things out. But like I said, where is it being shown that the government was cutting corners and doing bad things, right? I'm still wanting to see about that. But we've been seeing the defense doing some dirty, or at least, Diddy doing dirty. And, Diddy's team should be telling him, don't do those things. But he still did those things, right? Amber, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. And L. Robertson, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, what's cool is everybody watching from all over the world, and I love it. You know what I mean? I love the fact that the show is international, and there's a lot of people showing love and showing up, asking questions that need to be asked, and that's totally understandable. But like I said, I still believe that the feds or the defense is the one to be side-eyeing big time. Let's see if there's any updates. So far, nothing. Yeah, CJ, I don't know about all the rumors. I have yet to hear anything showing proof positive of those kinds of rumors. So I kind of just let that be. You know what I mean? I just kind of let that simmer. Because I mean, if he really did have like some serious STD, you know what I mean? I feel like that would be exposed pretty damn quickly. But I don't know, and then it makes you, why did they do, see what they just did? It just disappeared again. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Okay. Let's take a look at this. CNN has some updates. So they are watching videos from 2012 and 2014 showing Cassie during alleged freak off. So now, wow, that's insane. So what I was predicting is completely wrong. They're showing Cassie during these wow. They're ripping the whole Band-Aid off. And what they're trying to do is say, see, you don't see the look of joy on her face? You don't see that she's enjoying every minute of this? You really think that she's being tortured? Remember, this is one of the things that they said before. They talked about this several months ago. They're like, miss me with the nonsense of her, being, tortured and she's in pain and it's the worst thing she's ever experienced. She's in this stuff, enjoying every second of it. This is the defense showing these videos. Now they're trying to show a different angle, right? They're going, look, she enjoying every moment of that Alabama slammer. The hell you talking about? That's insane. Okay. So the jury watched portions of a video they viewed yesterday, recorded on October 14th, 2012. Cassie previously testified that the video showed her and a man referred to as Dave during a freak-off. They also watched portions of another video recorded on the same day. It didn't stop because remember, as soon as she got done with Dave, she was going and seeing, another dude and then another. Sometimes it'd be four dudes in one night. Oh my God, that's crazy. But anyway, the jury watched portions of another video that was recorded on October 20th, 2012. 6 whole days later. Yeah, because she had to get her whole body on ice after the one that happened on the 14th. Okay. Cassie previously testified that the video showed her and a man called Jules during a freak-off. They are now watching portions of videos that were recorded on December 4th, 2014. So again, these are just constantly, right? And then, yeah, also she on X, she on all kinds of substances. So yeah, she probably just so far gone that she's just on autopilot. That's insane, y'all. They're like, no, you guys need to see it in this angle. Look at it in this angle. And please don't tell me that she was, that she was forced into this, that she was coerced into this, When you see these videos, she's having the time of her life, right? So they have now are breaking for lunch. Diggity damn. Let me tell you, I tell you what. Hamburger. They are literally showing these videos of her just, you know what I mean? I'm going to end this poll, though, real quick, because I'm sure there's going to be another poll that we're going to be talking about here soon. So do you think prosecution presented a solid case? And out of over 1,000 votes, 67, I'm going to round up because, you know, they do this weird thing. 67% of y'all say yes, that they presented a solid case. That is very interesting as well. Okay. But again, they are showing this. Woo-wee. So Teddy Garagos estimated that she has less than an hour left in cross-examination of Penland. Less than an hour left. And then after that, hopefully, okay, we're going to hear from Brendan Paul. Nonetheless, this is all crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy that now they're going, okay, because they were already showing freak-off videos yesterday. The jury was watching freak-off videos yesterday. But now they're showing more freak-off videos, okay? But now they're trying to show it to the jury in the perspective of the defense, basically saying, look, she was a willing participant. Yes, she could be seen as a co-conspirator, but she was not coerced or forced to do any of these things. She was they're like, basically, one more time, let me just repeat this one more again. She was a willing participant. She was not coerced physically, you know, like threatened or anything of that sort to be in these rooms. Look at her and look at her face as she's enjoying the experience. And that's it. But, you know, and Kylie, you know, they recorded them. See what I'm saying? Diddy was recording these videos. Diddy's the one holding the camera and telling her what to do and all that, right? So again, this is crazy, guys. Hold on. We got a couple updates. Let's see here from NBC. Says jury shown video blocked from public view, which we already know about, but here it is. Jurors are wearing headphones and watching a video that has likely explicit footage, similar to what they were shown on Monday afternoon. While both the sound and actual footage were blocked from the courtroom's audience view, some sound from the headphones placed on the table could be picked up by microphones. Oh my God. The sound appeared to be of excited communications rather than routine conversation. Interesting. The sound appeared to be of excited communications rather than routine conversation. Yeesh. What do you think that means, guys? Conversations during the hibbity-dibbity. That's how I interpret that. I don't think that he's like, you ready for a freak off? You ready to do this freak off, little girl? You ready to do this? You know what I mean? I don't think it's like that. You know what I mean? That is excited communications rather than routine conversation. So them under the influence and then the act of the and he's coaching her throughout the thing. And maybe she is saying things whilst the hibbity-dibbity is going on. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if you've seen a spicy video in your life, you already know what's going on. There's conversations. You know, people aren't just having relations like. There's conversations. There's words. Sometimes it's just a grunt or two, or it's yes, you know, and then of course other words. So excited communications sound like that to me. That's how that translates to me. That these are terms of you know what I mean? Harder, slower, yes, don't stop, can't stop, won't stop, stuff like that. Yeah, Tiffany Hearts. Why would she say "see, Poppy"? But okay. But yeah. Sí se puede. You know what I mean? Yeah, take that. And then he's sitting there going like, he's probably like, you a nasty girl, aren't you? You know what I mean? And then she's like, I am. But more excitedly. Because she's receiving. She's receiving. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. That they're okay. Do you really think that they're sitting there like the freak offs are just like they're going to really boring Catholic church or something like that? Through him, within, and in him, in the unity of the Holy Spirit. Like they're not doing that. Like they're not doing that. It's excited conversations because they on the substances, and then they bumping uglies. Okay. So again, excited communications for show. That makes sense. But yeah, It's it is really gross if you really think, but at the same time, okay, think about like take that. Sorry. But I'm saying take yourself out of the connotation of it being coerced. Let's just take that out of the conversation really quick. Okay. It's not really that gross because people, we all be bumping uglies. Okay. This is how we are all on this planet. Okay. Without your parents going, see, you know what I mean? Without them we would not be on this planet. So we all do it. We all doing it. Okay. But this is now caught on film. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you got to remember, you're in a bedroom. You ain't in some damn library. Okay. So people are going to be, talking. Remember the Spanish guy, the big buff Spanish guy that was sniffing the entire time, See, like they all doing something. Everybody making something, some sort of noise. Okay. Even if it's like, but she was clearly what they're trying to show was clearly into this. But you also got to remember, though, too, this is the other thing, too. Let's not forget. Yeah, the one that was huffing pain or, doing poppers. I'm telling you, he's like, see? She's like, what is going on? Who are you? Damn poppers. Mother-loving poppers. Yeah, the huckabuck. Yes, AJ. The huckabuck. Okay? But, you got to remember, outside of that, though, there could be videos where she's 100% with it. It's all 100% consensual. But then there's other videos where it's not consensual, that she doesn't want to do that stuff at all. That still has to be put into the conversation. That still has to be something to keep in consideration or put into consideration for sure. You can't just say, oh, yeah, I don't think that 100. Okay, I might say something that you may not agree with, but I don't think that 100% of it was non-consensual. Yes, I said it. I don't think that 100% of it was consensual. I think that there are moments where she was with it. And then there's moments that she was not with it. It's the same thing with the Jane Doe. Jane Doe, oh my God, what a bag of crazy. I said it before, but that woman, oh my God. Okay. How? I don't know how. She needs professional help as well. I'm going to be real. Okay. But not 100% of it is consensual with her either. And there's videos, these freak off videos that they have of Cassie. Some of them she could be caught in a moment where it's consensual. She's with it. But I'm sure there's other videos where she's putting on the act where it's not consensual. That's the only problem. You have to sift through those things and try to figure out which ones are consensual and which ones are not. Remember, she was about it in the beginning, and then she wasn't anymore. It's the same thing with Jane Doe, okay? And like I said, Jane Doe's is a wild roller coaster ride of just what the F, okay? But still, in the very beginning, she was about it. She was all for that. She was for that-ish. And then she wasn't for that-ish no more. Okay? She wasn't for it. But then she was, and then she wasn't, and then she was, and then Jane Doe is a wild one. But again, there could be videos that they're looking at where it's like, oh, she enjoying that. Oh my God. Oh my God. She is whoa, that is didn't think I was going to be seeing Cassie like that, but damn, she really enjoying that. But there's going to be other videos where she's not enjoying it. And I think that is something that needs to be put into consideration for sure. So again, this is a very slippery slope, and it's not because of the baby oil. It's just a very slippery one because we can't gauge entirely on, and we can't rely, entirely on just the videos alone. We can't. We just can't because we don't have because the videos could be showing and depicting something completely different than what is really going on beneath the surface. But for a fact that the defense is putting this out, basically saying, hey, you don't see that right there? That's what's going on. You don't see what the F is going on right there, but I wish you would. Because a lot of issues going on in this video, and she's enjoying every single last inch of that D. That's what they're trying to show. So again, it's going to be up to the jury to decide whether or not everything was, or most of them were consensual, and some were not, or if it was all 110% consensual, or if it was all 110% forced. We'll see. We'll see. But take this. Oh, wait, hold on. I think they just say that it's lunch break. Yep. Lunch break time. Let me see what's going on here. Let me do this. I was hoping I was going to have a guest on today, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. But let's see. I'm going to take a break. So, yeah, he was like, "How much longer do you have with this woman?" And she's like, "An hour." Then she's like, "Hey, it took longer than expected." Okay. He's like, all right, let's go. Okay. Exactly. That's a nope. That's exactly what I'm basically saying. It takes one time, one no, one moment. That is a crime. Okay. It's the same situation with Shannon Sharp. Let's not forget black leather straps. Okay. Let's not forget that. You got somebody who is having consensual relations with a particular woman who clearly is like a sugar baby, or you can basically say she's an S worker too. Okay. She comes in, she is assigned to do one job and one job only. They have a very interesting, spicy type of relationship. It was consensual until she started saying pineapples, the safety word. He didn't listen because maybe he was under the influence of something, or just drunk in the passion, okay, of the act of the hibbity dibbity. And he did not listen to her. He just continued doing what he was doing. But as soon as that woman said no, as soon as she says no, 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 and he didn't stop, that's a crime, guys. And if that video is true and real, and it depicts that for real, that's bad for Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe is in serious trouble with this. Now, of course, he could sit there and say that he's getting blackmailed, extorted, etc. But at the same time, if there's footage that actually shows him doing something and she says no a bunch of times and he still continues, that's not good. Okay? And I'm going to tell you this too, because some people will sit there and go, well, maybe no isn't the safety word. Well, no is supposed to be the ultimate stop, right? That should be the ultimate, like, yo, stop, right? Stop, right? But like I said, sure, they're going to have safety words, but no should definitely be like, that is the kill switch, right? No. Whole bunch? Yeah. You stop. You see what I'm saying? So again, you can say pineapples, aardvark, Wiener schnitzels. I don't care what your safety word is, but the ultimate kill switch is no. Especially if you're saying no, like that. You know what I mean? You're saying it a whole bunch. I'm just saying, like I said, somebody who's a willing participant, just, saying, oh, stop it, you crazy, blah, 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 whatever the hell it is, right? That's one thing. But when they say no, you stop. Period. That's it. So again, the situation is very messed up. Diddy, well, even just talking about Shannon Sharpe, for example, Shannon Sharpe has a lot of explaining to do. He ain't done yet. Everyone's focused on Diddy right now because this trial's big, but as soon as the verdict is made, everyone's eyes are going to be turned right back over to Shannon Sharpe, being like, oh yeah. So what happened? What up though with that ish? You got something to say, homie? You got some explanation? You know what I mean? So again, this is going to be a very, very interesting situation. Hold on, guys. Let me just pull this up. By the way, anybody know what's going on with the this is a little bit of left turn, but does anybody know what's going on with the Karen Reed trial? Are there any updates with that? I know that they're in verdict watch, right? But that's about it, right? There's no new updates going on with that, right? Let's see. Charlene gave me 2. Thank you so much. Tootsie Roll hard on will while they watch this. Yep. I mean, yeah. No doubt. I mean, while they're watching all that stuff, he's hearing all that stuff. He's like, I remember that day. That was a good day for him. Not for Cassie though. Okay. Yeah. The jury's still deliberating on the Karen Reed case. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting situation too, which wait, OUI? Operating under the influence? What's an OUI? I don't know what an OUI is. Pure, yeah. I mean, Vinnie Paulson, great. The great Vinnie Politan, if if you watch Court TV or follow anything on Court TV, if you're a true crimer, he has a really great really great show, and of course he's also has his own YouTube channel, which is Vinnie Politan. But yeah, I mean, if he thinks that the verdict won't be until Wednesday, that'll be interesting. I don't think it'll be. So it is operating under the influence. Okay, thank you. That's interesting that they're conversating about the OUI charge right now. That's interesting. But nonetheless, I don't think they're going to have a verdict until Friday. That's what I think. I think they're going to take Wednesday. And then, of course, courts are going to be closed on Thursday because it's Juneteenth. And then they're going to be back on Friday to deliberate. And I think that it's going to be Friday when they come in with their verdict. I could be wrong, though. But, this one has been, the Karen Reed trial has been a very strange one, a very tough one, to be really, really honest. But, guys, I am going to pull up some law and crime for your asses. All right. And then I will be right back because I'm going to use the restroom really quick and then get a little food and bring it in here. I'm just going to eat while I watch some of this long crime, get some updates and all that. Okay. So I shall be right back. Okay. This is an opportunity for you guys to go and stretch your legs and do your thing. Okay. But then I'll be right back. I'm coming right back. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Because I'm going to literally come in here and I'm going to eat my food in the room with y'all so we can continue covering what the heck is going on. And then, of course, they're supposed to be going back from lunch break fairly soon. So we'll be back. I'll be back here with you guys way before that. Okay. So I will see you guys in just a minute. See you guys in a second, y'all.
Locked the courtroom doors and everything to kind of have
every day for testimony, including today. Elizabeth, great to see you. We have so many questions coming in for you. Let's get it started because I know my time with you is limited. We'll start it off with Danny. A question for Elizabeth. What issue was the judge upset about this morning regarding a possible leak? And, I don't know if we know the full context of it, but whatever information you could provide would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that I think caught a lot of us by surprise this morning because the judge, when he came onto the bench, he seemed very kind of annoyed, very much kind of ticked off in a way just about what had happened. And so this is what we know so far is that the judge was upset about this article that came out yesterday. And the judge accused somebody either on the prosecution side or even the defense side of lying about this because it pretty much this article, and we're not 100% sure where this article came from, but what we believe it might be is having to do with just something that happened during the sealed proceedings that happened on Friday. And so the judge said that someone kind of spilled the beans about what kind of went on when everyone was kind of kicked out of the courtroom for about a 20-minute period. They locked the courtroom doors and everything to kind of have this sealed proceeding as opposed to doing it in the robing room. And so the defense says they recently became aware of this article and they were adamant that they were not the source of the leak. And then the same with the prosecution. But really, it seemed like the judge was kind of taking issue up specifically with Maureen Comey and Mark Agnifilo because they're the leaders of both sides, right? Maureen Comey representing the prosecution and then Mark Agnifilo being kind of the leader of the defense team or lead counsel just on both sides. And so he said, on the extreme side of things that someone violated the court's sealing order, but also if they're kind of on notice as far as just finding out who is responsible for this. And they said they being the judge said the most extreme kind of action that he could possibly take is criminal contempt charges. So he's taking this very serious, and he seems very, he did seem very kind of annoyed about just this whole leak that had happened. Again, we don't know 100% sure what the article was and verify that this article was the in fact article, but we believe it might have been one that came out just recently from a media outlet talking about what went down during the court proceedings that were sealed or supposed to be sealed on Friday.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions about that. I mean, you pretty much answered it. We had a question from RSS. Can you ask Elizabeth to detail what happened when the judge reprimanded the defense over the sealed document? Question from Never Be. Do we know what happened this morning with information being leaked and the judge speaking about taking cell phone devices from the attorneys? I want to go to a question we have here, Elizabeth, from Olivia E. Did you get to see the jury's reaction to watching these explicit videos? And to be clear, what the jury's watching right now, are they freak-off tapes between Cassie and Sean Combs and others from 2012 to 2014? That's what CNN's reporting. But correct me if I'm wrong if that's what you think they might be watching. And what's the reaction to watching these tapes?
Yeah, so they have been watching the sexually explicit tapes, the freak-off tapes that had happened whenever Diddy was in a relationship with Cassie Ventura. And they were kind of bringing it out in correlation to the text message exhibits that we saw. And we were kind of like, where is this kind of going? And I think it might be to kind of show possibly in just another way that Cassie might have been in control during these particular tapes. And it was played kind of a lot today. And so what happens inside the courtroom is that all the jurors wear headphones. So we're not able to see this or hear this on the open speakers, the exhibit where the gallery is kind of shown these exhibits, the exhibit screen, I should say. Sorry, everyone, if I'm talking too fast. I had too much Celsius during one of the breaks because it was one of those days. But as far as just the jury's reaction to everything, they have been very professional as far as just kind of watching these really kind of graphic and sexually explicit videotapes. But I will say there was this one juror on the end, and I think he was the same juror that was moved from an alternate to now being kind of one of the main jurors, I should say. I will say it seemed like he couldn't take his headphones off fast enough in terms of just, they were playing these videos kind of at 2-minute increments or 3-minute increments, which is a long time to kind of watch these sexually explicit videos, especially in open court. But I did see him kind of take his headphones off pretty quickly, thinking that it was over. Then Tenny Garagos was like, okay, on to the next one. And it just seemed like it was played for a long duration of time. To me, it felt like forever. To them, it might have been just like 20 or 30 minutes. But for the most part, they kind of had no reaction beyond just kind of, I think, wanting it to be over. And then they went to lunch break. So it's a great way to introduce them to lunch, right, Jesse?
Right. I was just thinking that. That's, not the most appealing thing before you go off to lunch. But look, this is a tough case. Tough case to sit on and a tough case to hear all this evidence. Okay, got a question from Shady Goat. Is Diddy looking concerned in court, or is he his usual arrogant, smug self at the moment?
I wouldn't say arrogant and smug. I will say that from what I've seen of him, it seems like he is kind of wanting to know what the jury's reaction is to seeing these, what we believe to be the freak-off tapes, the sexually explicit tapes. I did see him kind of looking over to the jury box, maybe to see what their reaction is to seeing these play, especially for the duration and the amount of time that they were played today. But from what I could see of him, it seemed like, especially as they were kind of wrapping up the direct testimony of Delissa Penland and then going into the cross-examination, he was kind of doing what he normally does, kind of taking everything in. Once they were starting to gear up for the cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, I did see him do kind of the usual thing, passing off notes to his attorneys, that type of sort. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily sitting at the defense table all arrogant and smug, not at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about Diddy's demeanor. Alexander Mateo, what is Diddy's demeanor like today, knowing that such graphic videos are being viewed by the jury? Madhavi Dasi, sending warmth from India, asks, what was Diddy's reaction to the judge's question to the defense about information being leaked? So when all that was going on that you mentioned, how was Diddy reacting?
Yeah, so sorry, everyone. There's about to be an ambulance passing. So, Jesse, if you could filibuster for me for like 10 seconds.
I'm going to filibuster with great comments to you. We got a question, a great comment from El Spelunker who says, Elizabeth fan club in the chat. We got another one who says, this is from Sam. Elizabeth, you have such a calming nature and voice. You need to bring out your own podcast. You are a natural. So look at this. Love for Elizabeth Milner. And not only did I have to filibuster, I was able to give you great compliments at the same time. So, yes, what was his demeanor like when the defense was talking about information being leaked, that whole issue at the beginning? What was Diddy doing?
I couldn't get a good gauge on just his reaction to everything. Like, I couldn't tell if he was confused, if he possibly knew about this. And so I couldn't really tell either way just what his reaction truly was. It seemed like everyone was a little on edge this morning when the judge was kind of, and I hate to use the word admonish because a lot of people have been using that word to describe the kind of talk to that the judge was giving both sides this morning. And so I don't want to say necessarily if he was leaning either way, that being Diddy, in terms of what his reaction was. And so I would say, little to no reaction, only because I don't want to, guess and then be wrong.
Sure. That's fair. That's responsible reporting from Elizabeth Milner. We got a question from Olivia E again. Any more commotion sounding another juror potentially being removed? Did you hear about anything about that?
Not about a juror being removed. The only other issue had to do something, and this is what we did learn in open court, that it had to do with juror number 7. So it's unclear if that was possibly in correlation with the article that came out, or if it's possibly another issue. But what we do know is that whatever the issue is, the judge said that he'll handle it at the end of the day. So far, no other juror has been dismissed beyond juror number 6, something we already know about, something that had happened just yesterday. But as far as another juror being dismissed, so far, that hasn't happened yet.
Interesting poll we have up here, and you're the best person to ask this question. The poll we put up is: do you think there's been a shift of energy in the jury box with the alternate juror? 51% say hard to say, 31% say yes, 16% say no. Unless the people commenting and on this poll are actually in the courtroom, I don't know how you would know a shift in energy. But has there been a shift in energy? You're in the courtroom, you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen or felt kind of a shift in energy between, once the juror was dismissed. I will say it looked a lot different, especially yesterday, knowing that there is one less juror in the jury box. But I will say, this was something that the defense was kind of worried about. They were kind of concerned about what the energy was like, especially for the entire jury altogether moving forward. And so they asked the judge, they kind of asked the jury staff members what was told about this specific juror being dismissed. And so what the judge relayed to the defense and even the prosecution today was that the jury was told that a juror was just excused from the case. And so, it's interesting whether or not that they could kind of feel like, okay, man, we just lost one of our own, that type of thing. And so I haven't seen necessarily an energy shift or change or anything like that. And from what I can see, the jury is still doing their job. They're still showing up on time. They're still jotting their notes down. They're still paying attention to all the testimony, knowing that we're like weeks into this trial and the defense case is slowly on the horizon. I will say I haven't seen like a demeanor change in terms of just them showing up and being ready to kind of serve on this jury every day coming into court. And everything just happened yesterday, but for the most part, no big change.
This is another follow-up question. It's very similar. This is from Coco Lux. Have you noticed the demeanor change across the board between Diddy, the attorneys? You mentioned the jury from day one to now. Are people more tense, lethargic, something else?
I think people might just kind of be wondering what's happening next. Obviously with this type of testimony, that being the summary witness, the summary charts, the summary exhibits, it's not the most juiciest testimony, especially because it's a lot of text messages. We've seen videos that we've seen, in terms of even just the sexually explicit videos that were shown today in court. The jury has seen, I guess, screenshots or images of this. I think probably seeing, longer durations of these particular videos might be having them feeling possibly a type of way. But as far as what I can tell in terms of just the energy across the board, surprisingly, as far as I can tell, because they're lawyers, right? Everyone kind of keeps a poker face. I haven't seen much of a shift. And maybe, as the prosecution is slowly kind of ending their case, maybe they're just ready, to see kind of what the next few witnesses have to say in terms of testifying. But what we do know is with the defense case slowly on the horizon, their case in chief, or the defense's case, I should say, is only going to last about 2 to 5 days. So we're slowly seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. I think once closing arguments start to happen, and then once the jury is kind of given those jury instructions, and then they kind of take the charges to deliberate, then I feel like we might kind of see the mask kind of lift up just a little bit in terms of just how both sides are feeling in terms of maybe worriedness, anxiousness, maybe just all the different feelings across the board.
By the way, you saw Brendan Paul today, didn't you? He was in the courtroom at the beginning. Talk to us about what that was like. Mm-hmm. And also, for anybody who doesn't know, why is he an important witness? What do you expect him to testify to?
Yeah, well, I personally think he's a pretty important witness. He was one, Diddy's assistant, but also, and I'm sure maybe this will be something that is brought, and talked about either by the prosecution or the defense, or it might not be talked about altogether. But what we do know about Brendan Paul is he was named in one of the lawsuits against Sean Combs, kind of naming him as a drug mule. But then we learned during the course of this trial that he was actually one of Diddy's assistants. And so I think because he kind of had to invoke his Fifth Amendment right not to kind of, self-incriminate himself, I think it might possibly have to do with just drugs and maybe drugs that were taken and maybe large amounts of drugs that were given to Diddy and maybe that were bought and paid for possibly by Brendan Paul. So I'm kind of curious of what he has to say. But I will say this, Jesse, when I saw him today in court, it was kind of weird seeing, we've seen his photo, right? But it was weird seeing like him in full person. He's very tall. He came in with a suit this morning before the jury was brought in to kind of get his immunity order, which was signed off by the judge. But he is very tall. He comes in with the suit. He seems kind of like, this is out of his element in terms of testifying. But what we do know is he was subpoenaed to testify. And so even in terms of just him like answering Mary Slavic or Christy Slavic's questions this morning about his immunity deal, he was looking kind of in the wrong direction. He wasn't looking at the person who was actually asking the questions. And so it'll be interesting to see what he's like when he does eventually go up to testify. It's unclear, though, given the amount or how long the cross-examination has taken, what time that'll be, if it'll trickle into tomorrow. So we'll kind of wait and see what he all has to say when he eventually testifies.
Fabiola Delgado LeBron is worried about you. Elizabeth, did you have breakfast with that Celsius? Because I don't want you crashing later. So everybody's worried if you're getting enough sleep, if you're eating the right things.
Yes. I know someone wrote in the comments yesterday that I looked exhausted. And I was just like, I texted my mom. I was like, do I look tired? Do I look exhausted? But I promise I'm getting at least 5 hours of sleep. I'm eating in the morning. I'm eating before I go back to court.
That's a backwards comment, right? You look tired. You look drained.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We got a question from Defying the Norm. Is Diddy's family still attending every day?
Yes. Diddy's family is still attending every day. It's kind of a different lineup in terms of who all is showing up. So, for example, today we saw Justin Combs inside the courtroom. Janice Combs has been coming to court pretty much every single day. I will say we haven't seen his daughter since probably the first week of trial. And so it's been a while since we've seen them. I'm sure they'll come back probably during the closing argument or sometime possibly once the defense case starts. But we haven't seen his sister, Keisha, this week. We haven't seen Christian Combs. I don't think we've seen Christian Combs this week, and I don't think we've seen Quincy this week, but it's only Tuesday. So who knows? Maybe they'll show up tomorrow. Maybe they'll show up Friday because we are off on Thursday. So we can all celebrate the holiday too.
Let me ask you this. When you're listening to this testimony and you're seeing these summary witnesses, are you seeing new messages you haven't seen before? Are you seeing things that were already mentioned by Cassie or Jane or other witnesses, Mia? Or are there messages that are completely new? Are there travel records that are completely new? Are there receipts that are completely new?
I think for the most part, in terms of just what we're seeing new, it's maybe possibly the American Express credit card statements, which we're seeing, a lot of money that is spent either to book travel, to book these hotel rooms. And again, it's a lot of money. And of course, Diddy's credit card bill is not just, a $500, $1,000. It's like, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So maybe that's probably the newest information we're seeing. But in terms of just these text messages that we're seeing, maybe possibly the ones that were around March of 2016 when Christina Coram and Eli Maroon, one of the assistants, were texting about how to get Eddie Garcia's phone number and just some of that. I feel like that was kind of the newer stuff that we were seeing. But in terms of even the messages between Cassie and Diddy, Diddy to Cassie, Diddy to Christina Coram and vice versa, I feel like, and they feel like that because, we've seen so many messages, but it does feel like these are things we've seen before. And I think they're just kind of making it seem new because they're attaching it to a timeline, kind of putting, a date with a corresponding exhibit number all attached to everything that maybe it's supposed to feel new, but it does feel like the same messages that we've seen weeks before or even just recently that are just being shown to the jury over and over again.
Elizabeth, got a question from Naturally Now. Any difference between how the men and the women jurors react to these videos? And that, by the way, thanks for amazing reporting. So there you go. Another fan from Naturally Now.
Well, thank you so much. But as far as just the difference between the male and the female jurors, I'm not seeing much. And here's the issue of that. Where I'm sitting inside the courtroom is kind of like a little of an obstructed view, mainly because of the giant exhibit screen. And I normally sit by the giant exhibit screen because I have bad eyesight. And so I really need to be able to see what we're seeing in terms of these exhibits. And so from what I've seen of just the female jurors, they kind of turn in an angle where I can't see their face. Really, I'm just kind of seeing their back. So unfortunately, I'm not able to get what their reaction is in terms of just seeing, especially these, freak off tapes and those types of things. But for the most part, I think it's kind of across board in terms of just how professional they all have been. I don't think anybody's been giggling or kind of, shielding their eyes or any of that sort, or taking off their headphones too early, but also taking off the headphones when I think they're kind of tired of hearing enough of what they're hearing and having to listen to.
All right, Elizabeth. Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna send you back. I know that you have a lot more reporting to do for the day. By the way, Elizabeth's gonna be on with me later when we do a full daily recap on Sidebar, everything that happened during today's testimony, because this is just the middle of the day. I mean, Elizabeth, real quick, do you think they're gonna go to 5 today? I mean, yesterday they ended kind of early. Do you know if they're gonna go till 5? Because I think if they need a little bit more time with this summary witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tini Garrigo says she still has a little bit less than an hour left of her cross-examination. Then given that there might be some redirect, I don't even know if Brendan Paul will actually get on the stand today, but I might be kind of jumping the gun a little bit too early there. I don't want to make any type of promises, but the judge didn't give any type of signal as in terms of if we're going to end at 3 today or possibly at 5. Maybe there's like a little happy medium and we can at least end by like 4 o'clock today, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in Alexis Rosenberg, and let me bring back in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, oh, by the way, do we have with us Nima Rahmani too? If we do, let me bring him on as well. Oh, yeah, look at that. We got Nima. Hey, Nima. Okay, Mina, I'll start with you because, Mina, I know that our time is coming to an end shortly. I know you have to sign off. What are you taking away from where the case is right now? How strong do you think the prosecution's case is? Do you feel that there is a clear-cut case of racketeering and sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution? It's kind of an unfair question because the defense also hasn't presented their case yet. They have done vigorous cross-examination. But Mina, real quick.
I think it's very clear the first sex trafficking charge, when it comes to Cassie, in my mind, that's pretty solidified. Also, the transportation of prostitutes, pretty solidified there. I wonder about the RICO. To me, it looks like it's forming, but as I said before, I think there's a piece there that is missing, and I believe that glue is Christina Quorum, KK. And I think if she can get on the stand, I think that she can corroborate a lot of the things that the other witnesses said, and then maybe even add her own testimony. And she'll really be able to prove that there's an intermediate in this alleged criminal enterprise, and that will help with the structure, right? Without KK's testimony, you have Diddy, kind of organizing this very loosely with bodyguards and employees, and it seems not as organized. So I think that depending on how the prosecution ends this trial, they could have a more meaningful case for the RICO. I think Brendan Paul is a very important piece of this because he brings that drug trafficking and drug charge into the fold. Allegedly, part of what Diddy did was he introduced women to these drugs, and they got hooked on these drugs. And that was part, allegedly, of the control tactic that he used in order to get them to do the sexual things that he wanted them to do. So Brendan Paul, very important. Also KK, very important. I think the sex trafficking in one charge is pretty solidified. I think the transportation of prostitutes, very solidified. I think we're almost there with the RICO. We need more.
Nima, going to you. We got a question. We've got a few questions for you. This is from Straight Ballin'. Could the prosecution get this case heard without KK's testimony? Not really sure what it means, get it heard. I mean, the jury's going to be submitted the case, but I guess, do they need KK?
I don't think they need KK, Jesse, but I think this is a huge miss by the prosecution, not leaning on her. She's a co-conspirator, as is D-Rock. When I was a federal prosecutor, I would have charged both of them if they weren't going to cooperate, because we know You don't have to actually participate in the sex acts to be convicted of sex trafficking. You can as a co-conspirator or an aider and abettor. And we know that she was Diddy's former chief of staff, that she was his right-hand woman, and absolutely she's criminally liable. So the fact that the prosecution is going to rest as early as tomorrow without putting Christina Joram as a cooperating witness, for me, is a fail. I think the fact that the prosecution charged conduct regarding victim 3, Gina, and she's not testifying, that is also a fail. Now, listen, I'm very pro prosecution, but what I like to do is overwhelm the defense. So there's absolutely no argument that this was consensual. So I think prostitution is in the bag, the Mann Act charges. I think sex trafficking is tough because of all of Cassie's emails and text messages. I do believe she was sex trafficked, but I can see jurors asking themselves, well, why did she stay in a 10-year relationship? That's similar to the defense that they used in Harvey Weinstein. If you were abused, why'd you keep going back to your abuser? And I understand the psychology of abuse, but I think that's one of the challenges in the case. I think
it is.
If you're looking at RICO, yeah.
No, it's not a clean case, but yeah, you were
He's got a
saying,
point there.
If you're looking at RICO, what are the limitations?
If you're looking at RICO, I think you can get to RICO without sex trafficking. You can get there through extortion. You can get there through bribery. You can get there through obstruction, witness tampering, arson. I mean, there's so many other RICO predicate acts. But, I would really have liked to tie this up in a bow with the sex trafficking, proving that force, proving that coercion without, Jane's love contract, without, these words of affirmation from Cassie. I think that's the challenge in the case. It's something that the defense will exploit.
I've said it before.
He's got a point there. As far as like when it comes to the pro charge to the STing charge, I also agree with the woman up on the top right corner. I didn't catch their names, but with what she was saying, like they still have a little bit. They still have a little bit of a way to go. You know what I mean? As far as the RICO charging, as far as showing proof of the RICO charges. But I also think too, and I agree that, they needed to bring in KK. I truly think that. I think KK would have been a massive, massive addition to this situation. Okay. Massive testimony. Doesn't matter if she's sitting there as a hostile witness, right? I think that it would have been good to have her up there to ask her those questions, but still, it doesn't mean that the defense can't bring her up. You got to remember, she could still go up and testify on behalf of Diddy. The defense still has to do their thing, and she could very well be one that's being brought in. Maybe that's what is going on. Maybe that's the reason why she hasn't been called in by prosecution for this trial. Maybe she's already on the docket for the defense. Again, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here because it's not over yet, right? It's clearly not over yet, but still, the fact that they did not bring in this woman that is constantly being mentioned and being talked about and is in the middle. She is literally the Diddy's middleman. Okay, this is his number one. Real talk. If you know Star Trek, The Next Generation. But this is most definitely his number one. Okay? And so the fact that she's not being brought in by prosecution, I think is absolute weak sauce. Weak sauce as hell, in my personal opinion. Okay? Now, what's going to happen here? Is it enough? Did they come in with enough? I don't know. Okay. But I agree with the guy on the bottom left-hand corner. I agree with what he said. STing might even be difficult solely because the defense keeps on showing that she was sitting there. Even Cassie was like, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to S that D. You know what I mean? There's all these things that she's saying that, yeah, I get it. I can see why the jury could sit there and have a long time to deliberate whether or not he's being guilty or he's being found on everything. As far as the pro stuff, that's absolutely for sure. The pro stuff, consider it done. It's a wrap, baby. He's guilty on that. All right. He's caught red-handed all day long. He is caught on STing though, too. He's still sending those people across state lines. But as far as STing in regards to Cassie and Jane Doe, yes, they were ST'd, but at the same time, it's up to the jury to see that. And hopefully they're all intelligent individuals that will sit there and go, yep, that I can see. Okay. There's definitely STing going on this, right? There's definitely trafficking going on, but we don't know, right? We don't know what the jury is going to actually consume. Are they really going to consume this information and remember all this stuff? Hopefully they're taking notes. Hopefully they're doing exactly what they need to do. But at the end of the day, they could be interpreting this entire thing saying, hey, she was down for it. So sure, she was moved around for these acts, for sure, but she was a willing participant. Same thing with Jane Doe. That woman was on the stand still saying, I still love him, but I loves Harpo. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. And that can be very confusing for the jury too. And then you look at it and they're sitting there going, well, wait a second. I mean, they were still willing participants. There's still text messages where they're like, I can't wait to see you. And I can't wait to see that BBD, right? So I don't know. Like I said, it's going to be a very interesting journey for the jury. You know, how they maneuver and how do they come to the conclusion or to the verdicts of each and every single charge? Because remember, they got to do every single charge. Like I said, oh yeah, let's not forget that too. Phenomenal. Okay. Phenomenal. Okay. Let's not forget that. She was sitting there going, well, it's because I missed him. I missed my lover. I wanted to see my lover. Right? She was saying all that kind of stuff. You don't think the jury's consuming that and going, the hell? Girl, why are you on the stand then? If you still love him and you still miss his ass, why are you on the stand in the first place? And why are you here for prosecution? Huh? Which, I get it. I can see why some people would be feeling some type of way. It's weird, y'all. GT, let me read that really quick. Trauma is real. So sad that Jane Doe has such low self-esteem to be in love with a demon that attacks you. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Cassie too, if you really think about it. And you just saw those photos. You saw that little montage of photos. You got to remember, a lot of these people, they sit there and they're like, well, I could never go back. Now I'm with Diddy, right? Now I'm on the red carpet. I am the toast of the town. I'm being highly revered by standing next to a person that has so much power. I can't come back. I can't go back to that. I can't come back from this. I got to keep up with the Joneses. I got to keep up with the Kardashians. I can't go backwards. I'm here. I'm at this level of A-list star. I am Cassie, or I am sleeping and loving this extremely successful man named Diddy. And when we show up, we show out. All the cameras are on us. I feel like I'm the belle of the ball, right? So I can see also that too, where it's like, I can't go back. I can't go backwards. I got to stay with this. Also, that is not a crime. Okay. That's not a crime that he did. He's just in a relationship with someone. And if they want to stick around in that regard, okay, that's another thing. But I can see why some people stick around because they're right next to somebody who is highly revered, right? You know? And Maple, yeah, and Mabel, I'm sorry, I just said that. Like, I'm not saying that is Diddy's fault. I'm not, okay? But I think that's one of the main other reasons why people still stick around with someone like Diddy. Diddy's a monster. I feel like that goes without question. But I think that people know that if he rocks with you and he's standing right next to you and he's willing to take you out, suddenly you've hit this level of status and you're like, I can't go backwards. Like I said, I'm not trying to say anything other than just facts. Okay. These are facts. Same thing with KK, right? Maybe she did want to leave the job. Maybe she did want to get out of that situation, but who's higher than Diddy? Unless you're working for the president. You see what I'm saying? Or going over and working for like Zuckerberg or Musk or something like that. Who else? Who else is higher than Diddy? So again, it's a very interesting situation for sure. Okay, very interesting situation. So let me see if there's any updates. Right quick, no updates so far. And it's interesting because they didn't say anything about a time that they were going to be coming back. Hold on. Just scrolling through. Okay, they're back. Okay, they are back, y'all. All right, let's get this bad boy moving. Okay. So they're back. So Garagos goes back to doing her thing. Okay. So, but then, so you are conferred about the other matter. The court, and this is the prosecution saying, the court can question the juror. We defer. Interesting. And I guess this has to do with the other juror that got that text message randomly, basically saying, are you juror number 6? Are you the one who was about to get kicked out? Which is insane. So now we just wait. So now we just wait. In the meantime, I'm just checking to see if there's any other updates going on. Sorry, y'all. Just checking on updates elsewhere. Excuse me. Just to see if there's anything else going on. Okay. So the court can question the juror. We defer. So Shapiro, defense, says, we prefer in the courtroom, in the robing room, so Diddy can observe. So let's get Agent Penland back. Jury comes back in, And then we watched video. So we watched the video. They watched the video again. And then they say, now exhibit 1307. So court is back from lunch break. Judges on the bench. Penland is about to sit back on the stand. And then, of course, they're continuing the cross-examination. That's all they've said so far. Whoa! Karen Reed verdict is in. Stop it. We got to take a quick break. Quick moment. I'm sorry. We're not going anywhere. But now I got to see that. That is insane. Is that true? Karen Reed verdict. We got to see that for ourselves. Wait, hold on. Where the hell is it? Are we sure that it's in? All I see is fans, baby. All I'm seeing are fans. So, okay, sorry for the... I'm just showing this, guys, because this is a big trial, okay? I don't know if that's true. Tipsy said it's in. Okay. Well, I'm looking into it. Hold on. I'm checking a friend of ours of the show because she's watching this as well. I know that she's been in the middle of it too. Verdict being in would be wild, but let me see. I'm just seeing. I don't see anything about a verdict being in right now. But I don't know. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. It was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So I use that.
Oh, God.
All right. We are all set. So let's send
We are all set. Oh, man.
So I don't know if the verdict's in. I'm not getting the vibe that it is, but I'm going to keep an eye on this. Because people were brought in to talk about stuff. But okay. And I know that this has been very intense. The whole Karen Reed trial in general. Oh, why am I doing that? Of course, Law and Crime would have it because they do fantastic work over there. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I don't see anything about a verdict being made right now. So I'll have that on to the side. It's going to be popping off, percolating. I'll keep an eye on it. But if anybody knows that like they've started, you know what I mean? Like if the verdict is being read out, then I'll hop on and we'll see it live. Okay. But yeah, it just looked like Alan Jackson and the judge were just kind of going head to head. So that doesn't really, that's not verdict. That's not a verdict. So something's up. Something's definitely up, but I don't know about all that. So we're going to continue on. Okay. So back into this conversation. Okay. It might've been a false alarm. It's all good, but I'm going to keep an eye on it because that's going to be a big deal. It's probably going to be another mistrial for crying out loud. I don't know. So we'll see what happens here. Okay. Because again, I know that has split the room like crazy. The Karen Reed stuff has gotten people going crazy on each other. And it's been insane. Okay. But, as you can see, let me just refresh this. This is just, it's like slow trickle. This has been a slow trickle with the information out here. So here it is. Okay. So we watched the video. So let's look at exhibit 1307. So this is stipulation that the video is found under the Frank Black profile on device provided by Cassie. Here, Diddy writes, coming to New York City this weekend. What does Cassie reply? She says, it's really nice here. Okay. It's really nice here. Let's take a look at NBC. Oh, yeah. So taking a witness stand once again to resume cross-examination. Okay, blah. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious as to when trial is going to end today. I am kind of curious about that. Because, I'm going to have to see about that. Article read, Combs chose not to be present during Brendan Paul's testimony. Say what? Say less, bruh. That got to be a lie. Hold on. Let me see. If that's true, that's insane. I don't see any article that says that, but wait. Hold on. Because if that's true, whoa. Wait a second. Wow. If that is true, that's insane. Okay, pulling something up here. Because allegedly it's being said that Diddy does not want to be in the room when Brendan Paul does his testimony, which is insane. Hold on. If that is true, remember her? Remember Tania? Hold on. Parties potentially leaked information published in a news article before testimony kicked off Tuesday morning. Both teams of lawyers denied leaking the sealed details. Of course they did. First on the stand will be an agent, which we already know about. Okay. Combs' former assistant, Brendan Paul, is expected to testify later in the day. He was called into the courtroom. Okay. Combs, right here. Combs decided he did not want to be in the courtroom for that immunity proceeding. He just didn't want to be in the room for the immunity proceeding. It doesn't mean that he doesn't want to be in the room for the actual testimony. Oh, I bet you he wants to be in that room. Okay, but if that is the case, we'll find out when Brendan Paul actually gets into the room. Brendan Paul, whoo! Oh my Lord, you never know. Diddy might be like, no, I'm out. I don't want to see it because he's like probably going, I will react more than you ever seen before in your life. I'll be shaking my head. I'll be like, oh, you know what I mean? Because he has to be stoic at that at that table, right? Diddy has got to have no facial expressions pretty much. He can't say anything. He can't react. He can't even look over at the jury. He's got to be stoic as F. So I could see him being like, oh, man. BP, what? Bruh, you wrong. You know what I mean? In his mind, he's like, oh, you know what I mean? Stewing the entire time because for a fact the dude, Diddy, is going to stew. He's going to be stewing. So if he said, nah, I don't want to be in there. I'm good. I'm out. We'll see what happens. Spill that baby. Oh, spill it, baby. Spill that baby. Oh, okay. But again, white boy Rich or white boy Brendan gonna go in there And he might drop it like it's hot. Okay? He might drop it like it's hot. So maybe Diddy's like, no, I don't want to be in that room when he's testifying. But then that's the thing. Why would he not want to be present for his testimonies when he goes and testifies? You know what I mean? Just doesn't make sense to me. But wilder things have happened. Let's see. Okay, what we know about Brendan Paul, because they got allegedly less than an hour left of cross-examination with Penland, okay, Special Agent Penland, and then it's going to be the moment that we've all been waiting for the past day so far. Brendan Paul, okay, his personal mule going in and doing his thing. So this is going to be very interesting for sure. Okay. So another former assistant to Diddy, okay, Brendan Paul is expected to testify later today. Hopefully, defense doesn't sit there and drag their feet through this boring stuff. Real talk. They're like, and so this chart right here, I see that you missed a decimal point. Really, it's not $47,000. It's $4,700. Am I correct? Yes, you're correct. There was a little bit of a typo. As you can see in the other chart, who are these people? That's weird. You don't mention these people in your argument, Miss Penland, and you say you're a special agent. So again, it's a lot of boring stuff. I'm gonna be real. And then they're going, okay, we gotta check out Diddy's boner jams. So let's check out all of his stuff real quick. All of them. Boom. Let's go and knock them all out. Let's knock them all out. That's pun intended too. High key, low key. But still, let's take a little trip down memory lane with Diddy's boner jams. And then they're just watching all the freak-offs all over again. It's weird. I get what they're trying to do. But at the same time, I'm like, come on. Orchestral music. Wrap it up, B. Let's get through this boring, tedious crap, right? This is the same thing when it came to talking about video, digital stuff, right? How can you extrapolate content from a phone that's been factory restored 7 times, right? And they're like, well, actually, you have to go in here and you have to take the Hakeem Olajuwon program and put it into the Matumbo aspect of the algorithm, and then therefore you're able to extract everything that phone has ever saved. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That's all you gotta do. This is the boring stuff, guys. This is the boring stuff, guys. The boring stuff. So, right? Carl, man, he's like, so let's just stop lying here in the courtroom. Who's here to see those juicy hogs? I am. Who else? Oh, I know juror number 13. Well, I know juror number 12 does. You little saucy little spaniel. Anyway, moving on. So he's going to be testifying, okay? He was also arrested in connections to the whole Department of Homeland Security when they did their raid and whatnot, okay? I'm sorry, guys. This is what happens when I get bored. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, okay? I'm just here to entertain you, okay? So he texts her basically saying, hey, I'm coming to New York for the weekend. She says, it's really nice here, okay? So she's like, come on through, come through. Say less, bruh. Come through. So Diddy writes, and this is what defense says, Garagos. Excuse me. Diddy writes, I got us tickets for Book of Mormon. That was not in your exhibit. Now, was it? So she says it was not. He writes, you ready for tonight? That's the day before the videos were looked at, right? Correct. If we could pull up what's already in evidence, page 18, please. Okay, so this is not included in your chart, right? Correct. Cassie writes, keep having spicy flashbacks of yesterday. You see that, right? Yes, I do. So then what else does Cassie write? Well, she writes, I bought the best outfits for later and the shoes. Okay. What else does she write? Well, she writes, I promise I will be the nastier freak bee to make up for it. Interesting, don't you think? She's like, I'll be a nastier freak bee to make up for it. I don't know what to make up for, okay? Because you know how it is. We keep hopping back and forth, you know what I mean? But again, interesting though, right? Like, I promise I'll be even nastier than before to make up for whatever happened, right? I wonder what that's all about. I guess we're gonna find out. We gonna find out. But geez Louise. A1 Ghost, thank you so much for gifting one membership. I appreciate it. Thank you, A1. A1 giving welcome to the family, whoever just became a member, okay? A1 giving some positivity. All I ask for you guys to do is to pay it forward, right? Open the door for somebody, do something nice for somebody. It just does not have to be some grand gesture, okay? It could be the smallest thing, right? We need to pass on this positivity. Real quick before I forget, I didn't see this earlier, so my bad. L. Robertson, what's up? I've currently got 2 YouTube apps open, one here and another one on Read. I'll let you know if if there are any updates over there. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, L. It means a lot because, you never know. Some crazy stuff might be going on. That verdict might come in today, which is wild if it does come in today. That would be very, very interesting for sure. But let's see. So far, nothing. They're just looking at fans. Okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on. And of course, we're still keeping an eye on everything that's going on in in Israel, Iran, right? There's a lot going on over there as well. So just keeping an eye on everything that's going on throughout the entire world. And we're still waiting on information, some more stuff. So, give it time. We'll get there. We're going to get there in a second, hopefully, with some updates. Okay. But do me a favor. Let's see where we're at. Okay. We're not at 1K yet, but we're getting there. If you can hit that like button down below, that'd be greatly appreciated. Okay. If you're getting the information, you're entertained at the same damn time, please do me that solid. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, crush it, crush it. Of course, also, let's not forget, please hit that subscribe button. Subscribe if you can. Subscribe. We out here to give you guys the information and the stuff that's going on in the conversation. So please, if you can, hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you. Okay, that'll be awesome as we wait for more of an update, because I feel like once Brendan Paul gets on, it's just going to be like, phew, I just feel like things are going to be streamlining even faster, because everyone's going to be like, yo, we want to hear what's going on with Brendan Paul. And was he really a mule? And what is he going to say? Because here's the thing. So far, with most, not all, but most of these witnesses that have been on the stand, a lot of them have been like, yo, well, a good portion of them have been like, I'm scared, I'm terrified, or something of that sort, right? But then there's the other ones that go, hey, I had the best time with him. He was a great boss. I learned a lot from one of the best. But I also think that a lot of people are still so stuck up on and held up on the whole the fact that he's just Diddy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we had our guest Pastor Ben on yesterday, and even for himself, he was just like, yo, you know, growing up and idolizing this person and, you know, hoping or praying to one day get a chance to work with somebody of the likes like Diddy. You know, people still have that feeling, even to this day. So I could see some of these people, you know, still kind of feeling that same vibe. You know what I mean? So again, it is very interesting. Okay. Something very interesting going on here for sure. So it is going to be interesting when Brendan Paul comes in and speaks. We'll see what happens, you know? So we'll see what happens. Come on already, and let's go. Okay, we got something that was put 23 seconds ago. All right. The smallest post in the history of posts. Diggity damn. What does Cassie write after she said, you know, I'll be a nasty old freak bee to make up for it, whatever she had to make up for? Okay. What does Cassie write? She writes, can't buy Astroglide. It's too expensive. When should I take it? Where is it? Diddy writes, it's in the bag. It's the orange pill. Could it be an Obama pill? Yes, I said Obama. Obama-shaped pills. Let's not forget that. So, can't buy Astro. It's too I don't have me Google how much Astro. My algorithm is all jacked up. Okay, so I'm not looking that up. But somebody got to know how much Astro is. Okay, yeah, not Barry. Damn. Yeah, Barry. Somebody tell me how much Astroglide is. Somebody. I'm not Googling that. I'm not. Okay. But I could have sworn it's not that expensive, right? Right? Can't buy Astro. Too expensive. Nikki said it can be more than $10 to $15. You can buy it at Walmart. What? Say what? Say no. Oh my Lord. So she could have just been broke. She could have been broke. She could have been broke. Like word? 10, $15. And she could, yeah, she was, that's what love moves. That's what it sounds like. Like she was literally broke. Okay. But then it's like, okay, don't they come in different sizes? Good God. But don't they come in different sizes? Right? Well, see, that's the other thing too. It depends on how many bottles of Astroglide she is trying to buy. That's the other thing too. So she could be trying to buy a lot of Astroglide because she needs a bunch because it's Diddy. We're talking about Diddy here. Okay. He talks about 900 bottles of Astroglide in one of his cribs. Okay. During the raid, 900 of bottles of Astro was literally just for Astro. And then he had a couple hundred bottles of baby oil. Remember that. Okay. Yeah. Classic one. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's like a children's show. You know what I mean? They come in multiple different sizes and different shapes. But remember, honey, they all special. We are all special under God's visage, right? Under God's visage. Not all peens are created equal, but they all loved by God. They all loved. Why Obama catch a stray? That's what I'd like to know too. What's up with why Barry? Why Barry? Okay. Why Barry? Why? Yeah, Amber does some really good summaries here, but interesting exchange for the defense to have read in court. The conversation shows Cassie asking about the Astro and stating that she didn't have enough money for it because it was too expensive. That this could confirm Cassie had little to no access to money of her own. That is very true. That he was, holding money over her head. And so she had to do these things to keep him happy so that she stayed on his payroll in a way, right? Then Diddy confirming substances are in a bag for her, highlighting control over even small personal items. That's a good call right there. Because it's really crazy, okay? It's really crazy. Yeah, and why Kobe back then? That's what I want to know too. You and Shaq and Michael Jordan, okay? Let's not forget all them. Michael Jordan, Shaq, Kobe. Come on now. That's weird. Saying the trifecta, that they were the trifecta, okay? I'm sorry. Like I said, the music in the background ain't even music. It's just sneakers squeaking on the sound of sneakers squeaking on a basketball court. That's all it is. That's all it is, right? And maybe some commentary from Stephen A. Smith in the background too. And that's it. Crazy. But that's a good breakdown, okay? But that is showing, control over even the littlest things and also control over her money. She said, I ain't got no money. Astro's too expensive. Now, remember, we've seen the photos of the Astroglide, okay? Even when he got arrested at that hotel, there was Astroglide and baby oil all over the place, right? And there was several bottles of these Astroglides. So again, it may have been too expensive. Like I could buy one bottle, but I'm not going to be able to buy 100 bottles worth of Astroglide. I can't do that. That's the other thing too. Here's the other thing too. You mean to tell me none of these spicy shops that they would go shop at, none of them were sitting there going, oh my damn, that's Cassie. Why is she buying so much lube though? You know what I'm saying? None of them asked the question. None of them. If she's going in and buying it herself, you mean to tell me nobody recognized her in these S shops? None. Wow, she just got a butt plug and whoa, and that's a lot of lube. That's a whole lot of lube. What does she need for all that lube for? Damn. What's she doing? You see what I'm saying? Nobody? None of these clerks ever ask questions. I mean, you got to be a real special type of person to want to work at an S store. Okay, real talk. Because you need to know the products too. I mean, you don't need to know them personally, but you're trying to sell the products to the customers that are walking in. So you kind of need to know, you need to be well versed in the toy genre and in the lube, right? But can you imagine Cassie walking into a spicy store, trying to look for spicy material, especially things like Astro, and ain't nobody say, wow, you look a lot like, did anybody tell you you look like Cassie? Ain't nobody? You look a lot like Cassie. Damn, that's crazy. You look a lot like her. Mm-hmm. Right? And then classic, you're saying she was disguised, Pascal. What was she disguised as? She going in there going, see, my name's Jorge. Like what she had a fake mustache and a beard on with, a wig and a low hat on and a hoodie, like disguising her voice. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, she had on wigs, but still, you can have a wig on and still go, is that Tyler Perry? You look just like Tyler Perry. No. Hold up. Let me move the wig aside. You look just like Tyler Perry. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Come on. You got the fake wig. You got the hoodie on. Like, clearly you're trying to hide. You don't think that somebody's going to like trying to look, just peer through under the hood? Like, who are you? Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? You know what I mean? They do this whole thing with their head down like this, and they're walking in with the thing that the item that they're buying. They're like, everything just covered up. You know what I mean? And they think that no one's going to notice that you're not trying to be seen, yet you are being seen because you are holding yourself in a weird position with the hoodie down, and you think nobody's going to look at you. People are going to look at you when you're walking like that, walking around like, okay, lube, butt plug, lingerie, high heels. Just charge it off this card. No? It's kind of weird, y'all. Sorry. It's kind of weird. People are going to look at you that way. I'm sorry. They're going to be like, now they really want to know who you are. You see what I'm saying? They're just going like, okay, maybe if there's a real big gust of wind inside this store, her hoodie will just like kind of move up a little bit, But why is she being weird? All right, let's see what we got. Anything yet? Hopefully some things. Oh, just one. Just one. Okay. So he writes, it's in the bag. It's the orange pill. Moving on. What does Cassie write here? She writes, this is what the agent said. Cassie writes, I can't wait until we have a baby. Happy Father's Day. Garagos continues. Diddy writes, what do you want to do, baby? She writes, I wish we could have an F off before you left. Or I wish we could have, F'd off, freak offed before you left. Sure, it shows consent. Sure, it does. The fact that she said, I can't wait until we have a baby, happy Father's Day. And then she also writes, I wish we could have F off or F offed before you left. It's bad. And I wonder what the orange pill is too, but that's X. That's clearly X. It seems like that was the substance of choice. That was the party favor, as some would say, right? E-Rock just said the freak offs weren't even that freaky. Well, the thing about what she did, they were pretty freaky. You know, they were freaky, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe maybe what I think is freaky could maybe just be, bland to others, but still, the fact that she is performing for Diddy with not just one man, but multiple men in one night. And then you got a guy in the corner, Diddy, who's just tenderizing his meat in the corner whilst she's getting railed. That is some freaky stuff. Now, I know that there's freakier stuff out there that people do, but that is pretty freaky. And what I think the freaky part is not only did it happen once, but it happened multiple times. And then also the duration of these freak offs, like the hours that these things took, is absolutely insane. Like, don't get me wrong. If that's your thing, as long as it's consensual, hey, let your freak flag fly. Do you, boo-boo, as long as it's consensual and as long as it's legal, right? Those are two main things you should be concerned about. But if your level of freak is at a whole other level, then shoot. Hopefully I hope you found your actual soulmate, okay? That's willing to do all that kind of crazy stuff. But like I said, what we've seen and heard so far with Cassie and Jane Doe, those are, I think, I can see what E-Rock is saying, that they are fairly tame in comparison to what has been said out here in these streets about Diddy's freak-offs. I mean, they made it like what people have been saying for almost 2 years, for a while now, is that these freak-offs have been like bodies all over the place, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies all in one room. Celebrities all just intertwined with each other and stuff. Craziness like that. But that's not at all what we're hearing and seeing here. But this is still freaky in my personal opinion, okay? Like I said, I don't know what y'all do behind your bedroom doors, but it's still pretty freaky to me. I mean, you letting your girl get smashed by another dude while you in there watching that dude smash your girl, and you're by yourself in the corner doing your thing to yourself. Then on top of it, it's not just one dude. Some nights, if you're feeling squirrely, it's multiple dudes. So then it's one dude, then another dude, and then another dude. That's a lot, y'all. Shoot. That's crazy. Yes, tenderizing that meat. Okay? Fapping away. Yep. Crazy. Let's see what NBC says. We still waiting. Okay. So Cassie once dreamed of having a baby with Diddy. So in their relationship could be a roller coaster of emotion at any given moment. A high point was on June 16th of 2023. Man, that's crazy. When she texted her then boyfriend, calling him an extraordinary man and saying she couldn't wait to have until we have a baby of our own to celebrate Father's Day. Happy belated Father's Day to all y'all fathers out there. Okay, by the way. But she said, okay, I can't wait to have a baby I can't wait until we make a baby of our own. I cannot wait. Okay, great. So what does Cassie write after she says, I wish we could have effed off before you left? So she says, Penland says, well, she writes, I hated that I don't use protection when I get zooted. My GNA, I'm thinking my vagina. Okay. My Well, my hoo-ha got get tested. I don't know. I'm gonna wow. I'm so on crack right now. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna get tested. That's what she said. Oh my God. Sorry. Tired. Long night last night, covering the Iran stuff. So sorry. So she writes, I hate it that I don't use protection when I'm zooted. Then she says, I'm gonna get tested. That's what happened. Wow. I thought she was talking about her vagina. Sorry. So Diddy writes, let's freak off now. What does she write? She writes, okay, what hotel? What? Is that within the same conversation? Yeah, she was going to get tested for, VD and STD, all that stuff. Okay. But what's interesting is that she says, man, I hate it when I get super, under the influence that I don't use protection. It's really bad. I should go and get tested because I need to make sure that everything's Gucci. Then Diddy says, let's freak off now, though. And then she goes, okay, what hotel? It's like she didn't even think about anything. She not no dams, right? No dams whatsoever about the fact that she just said, I need to go get tested. Like I didn't have nobody in that room used a Jimmy hat. I need to go get tested. And instead of her going and getting tested, she says, okay, what hotel? Let's do it. If that's within the same text messages, within the same timeline, same day, same conversation, that is wild. Because instantly I'd be like, no, let me get tested first. And then I'll talk to you. Right? Yes. And then of course, they would get men off of Craigslist, men off of the Cowboys for Angels, okay? Men off of Backpage back in the day. Like they went and used those things until he got caught. But the fact that she said, man, I should go get tested. And he's like, let's freak off now, though. She says, okay, never mind. What hotel? That's insane. That's not good. Diddy could be bisexual. Diddy is bisexual. Consider it affirmative, my brothers and sisters. He is bi as hell, okay? The dogs know it. The wind knows it. He is bi as F, okay? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as it's consensual. But like I said, and legal. Let's not forget that too. But at the same time, come on, he is. He is. He ain't even curious. He's all the way in that room. He ain't just like peering through the door being like, well, okay, so what is this bisexuality thing? That's what the room looked like. No, he in that mug doing this with a whistle and glow sticks. Just doing the robot like Terry Crews and White Chicks. Okay, he all up in it. He's the DJ and the host of the damn party in that room. Okay, he all up in the room of bi. Okay, he ain't even with one toe in that mug, the whole body in there. Okay, all right. Let's keep it a bean. Mikia, thank you so much for the super chat. Defense are not providing timestamps they need to. That's a good one too. Defense needs to do that as well so we can understand what the hell's going on. Because in my mind, I'm going, wait, does this mean that this is all within the same text message? Like, she says, oh man, I can't believe I did that. I was so under the influence. I need to go get tested. And he's like, freak off. And she goes, okay, when? Like out of nowhere. That seems a little weird, right? They need to know we need to know the timeline properly, right? This needs to be more effective than what they're doing right now. Because it sounds like this is literally, she turned on a dime and said, yeah, I'm down for it. I just need to see that D. You know what I mean? She's in that craving for that vitamin D. Okay. So deep in the juices, indeed. Deep in the juices. Yes. Yes. Classic. Deep. Noma, thank you so much for the love. Diddy's not a nice man. Feel sad for for the girls. Yeah, I mean, I feel sad for the girls and the boys. Okay, in so many ways. It's not just the kiddos. Okay, I'm still here, guys. It's not just the kiddos. Okay, it's also the people, the victims, right? Or the S workers that are hired to be in the room, right? And of course, the Jane Does and the Cassies of the world that have been brought in to perform for Diddy, because you know for a fact it's not just it's not just these two victims, it's not just these two people, it's not just Cassie and Jane Doe. There are other women that were involved in these situations as well, and I think there's other men as well that were involved in this situation too. I think Diddy liked to share. That's what I think. I mean, and that could be a very strong statement, but I truly believe that Diddy likes and wants to share. Yes. Yes, indeed. Did you say that? Yes, I did. Indeed, I did. He likes to share, clearly. Okay. But like I said, maybe, for him, doing the good old fashioned one-on-one just got boring after some time, and he wanted to crank things up. But I think that's just an example of someone's addiction. They escalate, right? At first it's just, at first it's just one thing, right? And then the next thing it's one substance. Then the next thing they pass over to another substance, and then they start combining those substances, and then they go, wait a second, that's not enough. So then they try other substances, right? And then they combine those substances with the substances that they have already combined as well. And then next thing you know, you got like this cornucopia of chemicals that are surging through that person's body just so they can feel something. Okay. So that's crazy too. Yes, Tiny Tina, we just talked about that just a few hours ago when it broke. But thank you so much for letting me know as well. Okay. And howdy, Lindy. Howdy. Howdy, ma'am. How you doing? Howdy. Okay. But 1 second, guys. Hold on. So yes. Yes. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. I'm going to refresh this again. Yes, guys, please be sure to hit that like button down below. I know that's something I ask a lot from you guys, but it helps the show. It helps us grow. It helps us do more. Okay. And of course, I appreciate every single last one of y'all that are in these rooms with me, going through these trials, going through these, world news, etc. It really means the world to me. Real talk, but all I ask for you to do is to hit that like button down below, please. And thank you. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. Okay. And hit that notification bell, crush that notification bell. So, whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. All right. So make sure you do that. Okay. It's all good. Love moves. Okay. Very fitting name for what's going on with the Diddy trial, but yes, love moves. Okay. It's all good. Just hit that like button when you get that moment. Okay. Let us see here. We got another one. So she says, okay, what hotel? After her saying, I should go get tested, right? Because I'm doing a lot of crazy stuff with a whole lot of random men's, a lot of randos, right? So Garagos continues. Diddy writes, I'm locked in my bathroom talking to my therapist. What do you want to do? I'm locked in my bathroom talking to my therapist. What do you want to do? She writes, this is what Penland's saying. Cassie writes, it takes Jules hours to get here. Hotel needs to call to give Dave access. So, do you see Dave Shirley writes to KK? Yes, he does. Where are they going with this? Where are they going with this? That's what I'd like to know. So defense highlights texts that show Diddy and Cassie planning a freak off or planning freak offs. Okay. So Special Agent Penlin, okay, she's back on the stand, which we already know. She confirmed that all 5 of the explicit videos the jury watched today were recovered from a Frank Black user profile on one of Cassie's devices. The videos are sealed because they are spicy. It's a spicy meatball. Moving on, Garagos reviewed more text messages between Diddy and Cassie planning freak-offs that are listed in the government's summary chart. In some messages, Cassie talks about planning the logistics of a freak-off with Diddy, sometimes saying she wants to have a freak-off when Diddy asks, and other times they exchange actually explicit messages. In February of 2013, Diddy wrote, "Maybe one of those nights." And Cassie responds, "Yes." Yeah. Diabolical. Diabolical. Diabolical indeed. Let's see. Anything more so far? See, like I said, this is the stuff that is just like, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, let's get going. Let's go. Let's go. And then, of course, allegedly, we're supposed to be seeing or hearing from Brendan Paul today. And I have a feeling that they may go until at least 4 o'clock their time today. So, I don't think that they're going to finish in a half hour because they're losing a day, because of Thursday. So they really have got to kind of wrap this bad boy up so they can get straight to Brendan Paul. So the reading of these text messages, I get it. They're going, okay, can't you see it's consensual? Can't you see it's consensual? By the way, did I mention it's consensual? But at the same time, I feel like the jury has gotten that. They got the memo. They're picking up what you're putting down. They could smell what you're cooking, right? Charity, thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, my favorite podcaster. Well, hello to you too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. That really means a lot. Seriously. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Wow, that is a spicy take, E-Rock, but okay. Let's hear this. He says, let's be honest, chat and everyone. It's Cassie's fault for liking a man who may like other man. Okay. She can only blame herself. Of course, a gay man won't treat her like a man should treat a woman. Well, but here's the thing. The blame is insane on that one. The blame right there is a bit crazy. I will say that. Okay. And here's the other thing too. Just because let's just say Diddy's in the closet. That still doesn't justify how he treats women in general. It doesn't. Okay. And also, let's also be real too. There's plenty of buttholes out here, violent men and women that are out here that are straight. And they still treat their loved ones like absolute doo-doo. So again, that statement is a wild one, man. It's a wild one. I gotta be real, because again, that is like the epitome of victim blaming right there, right? She gets in a relationship with somebody that she doesn't know until later on. That's what happens in relationships, right? You start to get to know each other more in an intimate manner over time. But this person starts really showing how demonic and how volatile he is over time. And then she's stuck, right? So again, there are plenty of gay men that treat their significant others, gay men and women that treat their significant others with absolute respect and love. And there are others that are absolutely volatile and terrible as well. But the Diddy situation is something else. Okay? It's something else. But to say it's just, because like he's bi or something like that, that does not justify or give any merit to how he was treating Cassie in the first place, right? So again, but I feel like what you're saying is something that a lot of people in these streets are saying too. Like, she made this bed herself. She might as well lie in it. Oh, she made bad choices, and that's on her. It shouldn't be the government punishing this man for, finessing this woman into this relationship. Oh, no, 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 no. The mistakes happened when he started putting his hands on her in the first place. That's all it is. Doesn't matter if he's straight. Doesn't matter if he's part of the LGBTQ plus AI community. It does not matter. Okay? It doesn't. Evil is still evil. And wrong is still wrong. And at the end of the day, it's really on Diddy, not on Cassie. Sure, we can all sit there and go, why stay? And I ask that question all the time. That's my knee-jerk reaction, right? And I instantly go, why are they staying? Right? Why stay? But I understand. I get it. I get the fear. I get the concern, because there's other victims that aren't dating people like Diddy. And they're even feeling even more trapped than Cassie was in her moments of feeling trapped, right? So again, it is something interesting for sure. But that, Diddy wrong for this. Diddy wrong for all this, in my personal opinion. So NBC meeting up for freak off at Mondrian. So the defense hopes to show that Cassie didn't object to her role in Diddy's freak offs and was an enthusiastic participant. So his attorney, Tenny, Garagos, introduced one text chain in which she wrote LOL, sure, when asked by Diddy to meet him for a Halloween rendezvous, at the Mandarin Hotel, or Mondrian Hotel, sorry. So Cassie previously testified to doing freak offs to keep Diddy happy. Now, some people could look at that and go, okay, well, maybe she was doing that because she didn't want him mad. So of course she's going to go, okay, yeah, sure, when, right? Because she doesn't want to anger him, because apparently he was volatile and would hurt her if she didn't keep him happy. So I could see that part too. Like I said, I feel like there were moments where she felt like she was down for it. 110%, just 110% down. And then there was other moments where she just was not down for it at all, right? I still think that two things can be true at the same time, right? But we'll see. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. As we sit and wait and wait and wait. Still nothing so far. Let's take a look. Still looking at fans as far as the Karen Reed verdict watch. Let's see here. Nothing so far. Let's see. Got Washington Post. Let's see. We got one update over here. Okay. So text messages suggest to a jury she had free will. Interesting. Text messages between Cassie and Diddy being shown in the jury or shown to the jury help support a key element of the defense's case that Ventura had free will in their relationship to make decisions, including about her participation in the substance and S-fueled freak-offs. I've been thinking about one too, Cassie said about the prospect of a freak-off in one text message presented during the cross-examination of summary witness Penland. In another, I love you so much. You make me a better woman, daughter, sister. This is what she said. She also thanked Diddy for, quote unquote, always showing me love and happiness the way it's supposed to be. While prosecution says Diddy was volatile and had was a controlling power figure who used violence and other measures to control Cassie, his attorneys say she was desperate to be close to him and bitter over the fact that he saw other women, including the now deceased mother of his children, Kim Porter. But we already knew about that. Okay, we already knew about her being upset and angry about that, and jealous. We saw that same thing with Jane Doe, right? She's like, I want to be with you, and I only want you to be with me. Or you got me performing like crazy, these freak-offs, and then you leave me and you go on these lavish trips with these other women, but I'm just in these hotel rooms here to perform for you like a paid call girl. I mean, you know, that's basically what it is. Let's refresh. Let's refresh here. And yeah, this is weird too. Locked in my bathroom talking to my therapist. It's very interesting. Let's get over here. Agent says she found no records of New Year's 2026, 2016 to 2017 meeting. So Penland, special agent, okay, she was asked if she reviewed any materials indicating a meeting around New Year's Eve, 2016 going into 2017. Penland confirmed that she did not. So Cassie's friend, Deontay Nash, previously testified that he saw a man enter Cassie and Diddy's hotel room during a New Year's Eve trip to Las Vegas last year. So now she's saying there's no records of that. Penland is saying, I don't see any materials indicating that there was a meeting in New Year's Eve from the ringing in the new year of 2017. Okay, so again, that's very interesting that that's going on as well, right? Let me get some water real quick. No records of that. Hold on. I'm just going to go and, because he has a tendency to like start a thread and then the thread stops. Let's see what this is. Let's see what he got to say.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Here, midday, it's Tuesday, June 17th, day 25 of Sean Combs. And things have kind of bogged down here. Mostly, in fact, all this morning, the special agent, first on direct and now on cross, although most of the cross seems to be showing freak-off videos with headphones on for the jury and the screens all turned off for the public. Not that we want to see it, of course. Maybe the prosecutors opened the door to this by having the case turn on it. I'm not sure how much of it turns on it, but the defense has every right to cross-examine, and so that's what they're doing. They say they have another hour to go, so it appears that we might not actually, this long-promised Brendan Paul witness, if anything, will start just very briefly today. And does this mean the government can rest on Wednesday? Unclear. But what we can say is as follows, that before court this morning, Judge Subramanian, very upset about some reporting about another juror issue. And again, here's what I can say. We've gone out of our way ever since various threats made about an exhibit they showed about Mia, other issues around the gender of Jane's child. Now, so we're not getting into this whole juror, other than juror 6, of course, on which we'll have more. Of course, we did report. He was a Department of Corrections employee. This is all public. It's a public trial. So, again, I don't know. I'm not sure what's accomplished by not being at least transparent on what the issues are. If not, obviously, we don't have the names of the jurors. We don't want the names of the jurors. I don't know. It seems to breed more kind of conspiracy theories than it just being transparent with. But that's how it goes. Look, we have the walk. This is going to be an extended vlog because we have an extended lunchtime in the middle of an extended video session there in the Southern District of New York. Brendan Paul should go. Then they have yet another summary witness, which I'm sure is going to be cross-examined in excruciating detail by the
Yeah, excruciating is F.
defense. As well they should. Now, supposedly the defense case is going to be much shorter than they'd said, or than some had surmised. Definitely doesn't seem that the defendant himself will take the stand, although he retains that right to the very last minute. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Chinatown. Very glad to be out of the court after a kind of a thing. There are other things going on. At 10:30, we had said that Judge Hellerstein was going to be presiding over the Tren de Aragua.
Okay, he's talking about other stuff. Yeah, this is a slow trickle couple days. These days, this is like torture, y'all. It's like torture because, of course, we're waiting for all the heavy hitting stuff. You know what I mean? The salaciousness. We're waiting for all the stuff to get crazy, and this stuff is just taking forever. So we got some new updates here. Okay, so do you see Dave Shirley write to KK? Yes, I do. You spoke on direct about Skylar. Yes, I did. And the message about the cops are here, but there's not any evidence of any 911 calls, correct? There is not. So this photo of the detective's business card is the only thing about police, right? Objection! Sustained. Ooh, you blocked that off. Okay. You included a call between Cassie and Diddy. Was that a FaceTime call? I don't know. As we wait, as we proceed to give you what you need. Remember this video?
Now, what you got to say now? What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, what?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Mimi, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Whoops. Thank you so much. You know, yeah. You know what, Nicole B? Yeah, I need this so, y'all. I'm so knee deep right now as we're waiting for some more updates. You know, I am knee deep in trying to get some things prepared for this new platform, this new streaming platform that I'm using. You know, this new streaming program. I'm sorry, that I'm using that is taking up a lot of time. You know, I wish that this stuff didn't have such a learning curve to it, that it was a little bit more easier to use, but it is what it is. I'm learning a bunch of stuff. And so, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of different things that we're going to be bringing in. Like I said, I want, you know, as much as, you know, as entertaining as the show can be. I mean, you know, not trying to toot my own horn or anything, you know. Oh, stop. I don't deserve that. You didn't need to clap for me. You didn't need to clap for me. But still, outside of the fact that, you know, I try to keep it entertaining, there's just other things on the program that I want to bring to the program, to the streaming program, that keep it entertaining for you guys as well. Because there's going to be a lot of long shows coming up here very soon. Not only just the Diddy trial, there's the Brian Koberger trial. If it doesn't get extended, that's what the hearing is about tomorrow. There might be an extension. I don't think there will, but that's what they're going to be talking about. That's on the docket. That's what is on for the conversation tomorrow. But we're going to be covering that Idaho 4 case as well, and that is a long. That is those are like 7-8 hour shows. You know what I mean? Those are 7-8 hour pieces of you know, content. So trying to keep it a little bit more entertaining and more, you know what I mean, bringing all the bells and whistles and all that stuff. So, you know, you get a little bit more. You know, I want the program, you know, what you guys see, aside from me, I want the program to be as entertaining as me. I wanted to share that same energy. So I'm still trying to figure some things out. So hopefully in the next week or so, we'll be putting in some more stuff, which I'm really, really looking forward to. So again, get ready, because it's going to be fun, you know. You know, Purette just said, what is the platform? It's called OBS. Yeah, it's called OBS. So that's the platform that I'm working on and fixing and trying to put together, because you basically have to build everything from scratch, which takes up a lot of time. Okay, let's see. Is there any updates? Come on. Yes, there is. Okay, let's get into it. We got one from NBC and from Inner City Press, which is great. So they said, okay, you included a call between Cassie and Diddy. Was that a FaceTime call? I don't know. Then Garagos says, no further questions. So hopefully, oh my gosh, we're at the end. We're almost at the end. Oh, hopefully there won't be a recross here. Okay, but here it is. No further questions. Just says redirect. Yes, very briefly. So the hotel in Riverhead, who was there? Diddy, Cassie, and Clayton Howard. So this photo, it's so wounds above the eye. Okay, that I guess they're showing the gash on the eye. In this photo, what does it say underneath the photo? So you can remember. Hopefully they're going to explain that a little bit more. But she sent a text message to Diddy. We remember that. Just a reminder, after she got, you know, the gash on her head, she sent him a photo of the gash and said, so you remember what you did to me, right? Okay. Okay, so then this says here, Ventura proposes cosplaying a one-night stand. So, former girlfriend once proposed she and Diddy cosplay a hotel bar pickup and one-night stand, according to a text chat between the two. That's interesting. So she told Diddy to meet her at the hotel bar where I'm not Cassie and you're not Sean. If he needed to break character, the safe word would be, oh, how fitting, pineapples. They've been watching some Kevin Hart. Moving on, Ventura had previously testified to acting as the last-ditch effort to save their relationship. So she would cosplay. They would basically role play, okay? And basically say, hey, meet me at the bar. I'm going to be somebody you don't know, okay? And you going to be somebody I don't know. Your name ain't Sean, and my name ain't, for damn show, ain't Cassie. And then they would have a safe word if they had to break character. Crazy, right? Wouldn't it be wild if during the role playing, he starts sending text messages to her actual phone, basically like lying to Cassie? Sorry. Say, yo, I gotta work late. But Cassie's right there because she's role playing with him. But he's just sitting there going like, yeah, I got a thing I gotta do. I'm gonna be late. May not be able to see you all night tonight. Wouldn't that be wild? Anyway, stupid thought, but sounds like a scene from a sitcom or something like that. Thank you so much, Mimi. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much. Let us go over to CNN. Defense is done with cross-examination, which we already know. Let's go back here and refresh. Nothing. It's bad, though. You know, sending a photo, saying, hey, here it is, so you can remember what you did to me, right? But I will say the role playing is not a sign of coercion, is not a sign of any crime. People do that stuff all the time, right? And truth, you ain't wrong. She did say in text messages that she can't wait for the freak offs. She really did. Oh man, we should have freaked off before you left, right? She did say those things for sure. Brendan Paul has not testified yet, but he should be here next. Because I don't think that they're finishing right now. Because they usually, like yesterday, they adjourned right now. I think that they're at least going to get 1 hour of Brendan Paul before they adjourn for the day. And then Brendan Paul, first thing in the morning, they're going to be going all up in him big time. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Remember, this is also the person that was arrested with Diddy. Okay, not with Diddy, but he was arrested while he was with Diddy. And it was also because he was in possession of a whole bunch of substances. Which is also crazy. So we're about to learn a lot about Brendan Paul here very shortly, I hope. Like I said, I hope that they're not adjourning right now. I'm hoping that they get straight to Brendan Paul. Get this bad boy moving. Still looking at fans for Karen Reed. Still looking at fans. It's crazy how many people, 42, almost 43,000 people are watching this fan right now. They're just watching this fan spinning in the sky. Just spinning in the sky, waiting for a verdict. Crazy. Little Patty, yeah, the soft hard-boiled eggs. Soft hard-boiled eggs. Crazy. Suge Knight. He is one of one for sure. But let's continue. Golly. Yeah, I know, Grace. Like, damn. Hit the like. I really don't like. That's the one thing I find very fascinating is that some people will watch like the whole show and they still are like, I don't think I'm going to hit that like button. It's so crazy to me. It's so crazy. It's crazy how hard it is to get somebody. You saw what I did, Sabrina. There you go. Shout out to you. Okay. Yeah. But it's so crazy that some people watch a whole show, watch a video, etc. And if they enjoyed it, they'll still sit there and go, no, I'm not going to hit the like. It's like, it's a simple ask. It's the simplest ask. Okay. And it burns like 0 calories. Just boom. That hateration, that haterade. Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And it's like, yo, you're chuckling a little bit. You're getting the information that you need, right? If anything, it's at least somewhat entertaining, Hit the like. We're literally a Tootsie Roll away from 1K. That's it. Just hit the mother loving like. Hit the mother loving like, baby. Simple ask. Simple ask. Okay. But yeah, I think that's crazy that there's 43,000 people that are just sitting there. This started 6 hours ago. I mean, shout out to Law and Crime for the incredible coverage, but I'm just saying it's crazy that people are sitting there and they're just having a conversation in the room, in the little chat room, waiting, watching this fan go. Just standing by. Crazy. But let us see. Is there anything more? Okay. Nothing further. No! Oh, geez, Louise. That is such trash. Yeah. So tomorrow, Brendan Paul is going to be taking the stand. Ain't that about to shut your mouth? Oh, that is dumb. But at least it's over. At least that part. The boring parts are over. Well, you just look through the charts. You don't see that it's all incorrect. Didn't she say that she can't wait for a frig off? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. You're absolutely right. Did she not say that she wished they freaked off before he left? Yes. Yes, that's very true as well. Snooze fest. But we did it. We got through it. Okay. We got through it. That was horse manure, y'all. I'd curse, but I'm trying to be PG-13 for the kids in the room. Don't want to traumatize your kids like that with language. But if you could hear the words that are in my head right now, you'd know those are some grown ass words. Okay. There that was. Okay. But here's the thing. Yes, this is disappointing that it didn't happen today, but it looks like it's going to start tomorrow. They still have to make a decision on this other juror. That's the other thing too. They haven't made a decision on what's going to happen with this other juror that was allegedly getting text messages from an unknown phone number asking if they were actually juror number 6, which is wild. So they haven't made that decision yet. So I'm assuming they're going to be making that decision here fairly soon, within, as soon as the jury leaves the room. That decision is supposed to be made within the rest of today. Okay. So again, this is some very crazy stuff. And someone in the chat just asked, who is Brendan Paul? So let me explain to you who Brendan Paul is. Okay. They had it in here. I could have sworn. Okay. What we know about Brendan Paul, this is Diddy's former assistant. Let me just read this again for you guys, for those of y'all who don't know who Brendan Paul is. And this is just a kind of a quick little refresher for tomorrow. And I think that's important too. Okay. So another former assistant for Diddy, Brendan Paul, is expected to testify. Well, he's going to be testifying tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Okay. Paul has been mentioned in at least 3 Eshwell A or SA complaints against his former boss, and was arrested in connection to the Department of Homeland Security raids of Diddy's Miami home last year. In the lawsuit, okay, music producer Lil Rod, if you guys remember that lawsuit, okay, filed against Diddy, he alleged that Brendan Paul, worked as Diddy's mule to acquire and distribute substances and pew-pews. Paul was also called a mule in Grace O'Marque. I don't know. Hopefully I'm saying that right, but we're going to continue. But Grace's lawsuit against Diddy and his son Christian. Paul's lawyer, Brian Bieber, denied any of these allegations. So a man named Manzaro Joseph also accused Paul of supplying him with substances, which Paul's lawyer said in a statement to the Washington Post was literally impossible to have occurred. Brendan was still in high school in Ohio at the time, having never set foot in West Palm Beach in his life at that time. So on March 25th, 2024, the day 2 homes that were Diddy's were raided, Paul was arrested in Florida and charged with substance possession. The charges were later dropped after Paul completed a pretrial diversion program in December, according to court records. And I think, let's not forget he added, or they didn't add in here, but I think he also worked out a deal with the feds so that he could testify against Diddy so that he wouldn't see time in prison, okay, for his possession charges. All right. So there's that. All right. Madam, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Victim blaming strips victims of basic human value. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. You are 110% correct on that. That's why we try to be as respectful as we can in the chats and in these conversations for show, right? We're all allowed to have our own set of opinions and differences of opinions, but of course, trying to keep it as respectful as we possibly can would be great, right? So that's a little bit of a breakdown on Brendan Paul, okay? Yeah, interesting. He's considered the mule for Diddy. He gets arrested because he had substances on his person, okay? That's something to remember. So that confirms a little bit of him being the mule for Diddy. Okay. So as we approach the end of prosecution's portion of this trial, their last witness is expected as soon as Wednesday. It seems likely that the defense does not intend to call many witnesses. Yeah, they don't have much. Okay. Which is a common strategy, which to me is a surprising strategy for Diddy. You'd think that there'd be all these people coming out of the woodwork willing to testify on Diddy's behalf. But they say they have 2 to 5 days worth of testimonies as far as the defense. So the defense is going to be very, very short, which is going to be wild. Okay. So Diddy's lawyers have focused on countering the prosecution's narrative during their cross-examinations, as we saw just now in the presentation of flirtatious, loving, and sexual texts between Diddy and Cassie during the cross-examination of Penland. Okay, so Diddy's defense is aiming to highlight for the jury communications that support their counter narrative that far from being a S-team victim, Cassie had agency in her relationship with Diddy and sometimes was the one to suggest having freak-offs involving other men. So again, they're trying to do as much as they can to thwart what the prosecution has presented in this particular trial. Okay. And remember, this is the summary witnesses that have come up. All right. So they're doing basically a summary breakdown of everything from the first witness to take the stand to the very last one. Right. So it is interesting that now the defense is doing everything they can to try to nuke that information. Right. So again, this is going to be a very interesting situation with tomorrow with this Brendan Paul. I think it's going to be something to watch for sure. Okay, so Cassie and Diddy nearly had freak-offs day before the attack. Okay, so they had considered doing a freak-off on March 4th, 2016, one day before the infamous videotaped attack in that Los Angeles hotel. They ended up not doing it that day, according to the text chat, because of errands Cassie had to run. Okay. And of course, we already know that the attack video was a pivotal video. So we already know about all that. Okay. So they're saying prosecution says they will likely rest their case against Diddy tomorrow, but it could spill into Friday because Thursday they have the day off Thursday. Remember that. So Diddy apparently texted Cassie, "I'm so sorry," after the attack in Los Angeles. So days after the attack, Diddy texted Cassie, "Baby, I can't say enough. I'm so sorry." On the same day, Cassie texts him, "I still have crazy bruising from Friday. I would be a dummy to subject myself to that possibly happening again. When you get effed up the wrong way, you always want to show me that you have the power and you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." That's what was being read. Wow. So, and of course, special agent for the U.S. Attorney's Office is off the stand. So, all bad stuff, guys. Hold on. There's another one. Oh, they're probably just saying that they're done. Okay, so general public dismissed for the day as parties remain to discuss issues in private with the judge. So during the public, before the public cleared out, the prosecution said that they're not likely to rest their case before Friday. Okay. And of course, prosecution just said they thought that they're just surprised that the testimony took longer than expected with Penland, but Brendan Paul should be coming in tomorrow to finish that out and be done. Okay. No, Thursday is Juneteenth. Just so y'all know. Thursday is Juneteenth. So again, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. For sure. I'm done. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. You guilty. Yep. Yeah. Man, oh man. But I guess tomorrow is going to be the moment that we've all been waiting for. Okay. Ivy4, thank you so much for the love. This case is so messy. I sense a hung jury. You know, you can't really say hung anymore with this particular trial, but I see what you're saying. Yes. You know, it's most definitely I mean, it could definitely be. Here's the thing. Like I said, I think some are going to can't make a decision on these, but we can definitely make decisions on these, right? On these charges for sure. These charges, not for sure. You know what I mean? That's the vibe I'm getting. Okay. But we'll see what happens. Anything is possible, right? Anything's possible. Shoot, they might just say he's not guilty on all charges. I mean, wilder things have happened for sure. So again, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, this is gonna, like I said, this is gonna be an interesting time, y'all. Interesting time. But that is the show, guys. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It means a lot. Let's see what happens. Tomorrow is another day for sure. Brendan Paul is going to be on the stand first thing in the morning. It is going to be an entertaining one for sure. So let's see what happens. Okay. But before we get out, hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Okay. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that subscribe button, that like button, that follow button on those platforms. No, don't forget to subscribe here on my main channel here on YouTube. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. If there's any other things that are going on, I'm keeping an eye on the whole thing with Israel and Iran. I'm checking out and keeping an eye on so many other things. Trust me, if there's something going on, we're going to talk about it, okay? So you might see me on a little bit later on today or a little bit later on this evening. But nonetheless, have a great one. And I will talk to you guys very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.